Hi, friends. Good evening. This is Ankit, your host from Delhi. And good evening to everyone. Good morning to America. We have Nick joining us from Carolina, and we have Kimberly joining us from Delhi, North Carolina. Good morning to Americans around the world. And today is Wednesday, start of Wednesday, and we are expecting a lot of discussion and talk on our show around the world. So let's get started. I think follow.
Yeah, we're having some technical difficulties again. Whose computer? Okay. All right. Okay, now we can't hear it.
So, Nick,
Yes.
go to your audio settings where it says camera mic down there at the dashboard and just see if there's a button pushed there. So go to audio. We're going to learn as we grow, guys. This is fun sometimes.
It says disable audio process.
Right. Is that clicked or not clicked?
Not clicked.
All right. I don't know what the problem is.
I don't think it's mine, but here's what we can do. We can test it. I think it's yours.
And watch this. I'm going to get help desk on and it goes away. So,
Really?
and then as soon as they leave, it comes back. So I'm going to ask them to stay on.
I can stop streaming and see.
But what I did is I thought that my it was working fine.
And see, it goes away.
Yeah.
So we know where the problem is, right, Ankit?
I think so, but
Jim, it's your computer.
Sound like we're underwater.
Yeah, Jim, it's your computer. Watch, because every time I remove it,
I'm going to log it out.
I have tested it on laptop as well as mobile at one time, and it was fine at my end.
No, you're fine. I mean, the thing is, it's Kim's computer. She's beaming in and out. Now, Rakesh has joined us. How are we doing?
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. Good.
Oh, his computer's fine. How are things in Hong Kong?
Excellent. We've had no cases for a long time now. And
Guys,
today I think they've opened up some of the children's parks and elderly people's, the exercise parks. We have public parks where elderly people can go and do some simple exercises. So those have been opened up.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite nice, actually.
No cases. That's kind of amazing to have no cases when over here we're struggling everywhere.
New Zealand got 2 more cases and 1 death.
Okay.
Which is sad because I'm Kiwi also.
Right.
So I was a little sad about that. They are still thinking of level 2. Don't know how soon though. Yeah. While here in Hong Kong, tomorrow onwards, we're going to have an opening of the border, so we're crossing fingers till then.
Right. Okay. Well, that sounds to me like they have the situation under control over there, where here we're kind of out of control. And even though we're out of control, we're going to reopen up. And we predicted, like the models say, that the deaths are going to go probably closer to 250,000 as opposed to 60,000 because our systems and procedures are very weak. And that's just the name of the game. There's such a drive to, quote, open the economy, bring the economy back. Everything's about making money and producing. And so the thing is, it's going to spiral, frankly, out of control. But there's probably good news in sight. What'll happen is the warmer weather will probably mitigate it. All the data I get, it seems to me that there's a mitigation factor, in the heat. And part of it is the virus doesn't stay very long on surfaces that are extremely hot. They get baked. So I think we're going to see a bit of a recovery as we hit July and August. We're going to see a spike in June because of our bad policies in May, and we're going to pay for it in June. And then in July, it's going to start mitigating. Same with July and August. That would be my best guess. And I'm just following studies from the University of Washington and Johns Hopkins. Our leaders don't follow science. They just ignore it. It's like fake news.
Or is it a strategic decision, because I think, these people are expendable, that kind of strategic.
No, it's not strategic. It's stupid. I mean, the thing is, we don't care about them decision, and we care about us. So what happens is that, and there is an acceptable mortality, but people don't want to talk about it, that exist on automobiles. That's the reason we have a certain amount of automobile accidents every year. Opioid deaths, we have a certain amount of those every year. Cancer and heart conditions, which are huge. They far lead. People die of heart disease and cancer more often. And we put up the mortality statistics yesterday. More people will die of smoking and alcohol than they do of this coronavirus worldwide. It's like 1.7 million, 800,000. Maybe that's just in the United States. So more people die of these, but we have acceptable mortality to alcohol and smoking. And part of the reason why is it's self-induced. And so if you're self-inducing your own mortality, we just shrug our shoulders and say we don't care. I think the reason why the COVID-19 is such a big, yeah, there we go, you found it. Okay, okay. If you look at this, this is quite interesting. It shows the stats of the government's economics, healthcare expenditures, the world population. Notice the world population 7.7 billion, deaths this year. Around 20 million, births around 48, which means we're still having a population growth. Now what happens, this just runs a cycle. But if you scroll down, you're going to be able to see the health statistics. Okay, we have society and media, environment, food, water, energy. Energy used today. This is a pretty good website. Health, there we go. Communicable diseases this year, 4 million people already died. Seasonal flu, 169. We have deaths of mothers during birth, 107,000. Now we go to death by AIDS, 41 million. Cancer, 2.8 million. Malaria, 340,000. Cigarettes deaths, 1.7 million. So you see with coronavirus, which is really around 250,000, 230 right now. If you go look at smoking, we're at 1.7 million. So why are we so concerned? Which is a good question. And road traffic accidents, 468. But notice that's not going too fast because most of the people are off the road. But if you look at it, our net is not really bad because of that. Now, this is the thing that Ankit likes. Money spent on illegal drugs, $138 billion. Okay.
Yeah, that would put a lot of food on tables, if that was used in the right way.
Yeah, right. Or if it was regulated and taxed, as opposed to there's a whole industry of cops and robbers out there. In other words, incarcerations. It just goes on and on. So with that, it's a big number. And so when you look at the data, you can see that the thing is this is just going to become, I think, an acceptable mortality statistic. The reason why it brought all this pandemic issue is that 250 is if we work to contain it. 230, I think it is right now today. If we didn't, it would be in the millions. It'd be, according to a lot of projections, 2 to 3 million, and growing very rapidly. So that's the real reason why there was all this movement toward basically locking down the country and trying to create mitigation factors until we get either a vaccine or treatment that is successful for this. But what we found out interesting is the road traffic accident fatalities. There's 468,000. Now that far exceeds COVID-19 today. Yet we have now made that an acceptable mortality statistic. In other words, we accept the fact that a certain amount of people are going to die every year on the roads, and that's kind of like just the way it is. So these are the statistics. This is the data, the death data poll, I guess you could call it. Some people call it the health poll. That's out there, and it does change. Now, some arguments in the past were, wait a minute, the seasonal flu had 169,000, and back then COVID-19 only had 10,000. So they said, why are we bothering? It's the current data and the projected data using people that are more scientifically oriented, like the University of Washington or Johns Hopkins, which both predicted the U.S. will go over 230,000. And the people in the capital, Washington, D.C., I can't name who, said that was fake news. Okay, it's not fake news. Okay, they're going to find that out in about 2 months. It is what
comparison of absolute numbers is irrelevant when you have geometric progressions.
Yes, right. But the thing is, whenever you're doing projections, okay, you're basing it on current data and increasing or decreasing data, and you're making projections which are never 100% accurate, but have a range of accuracy. Okay, a pundit, aka a politician, can claim, quote, it's fake news. Okay, and they're right and they're wrong. They're right because it's never going to be accurate. They're wrong because a lot of the data that's based on scientific projections are going to be extremely accurate. But we're not given the straight factor, because what happens in people's tiny brains, they go, it's black or white, not realizing there's a gray scale. Okay, and that's just the nature of the beast. And in this country, we have a lot of people that have tiny brains. And so the thing is, they go, well, it's we're going to it's all fake, because their tiny brains can't handle data and projections. And
well, it's not just a fake. It's they want to see it, even though they don't see God and they believe God exists. They want to see it actually happen. It's just like when our governor shuts down our state because we think a big storm's coming, right?
Yes.
And so he goes, you know what, let's just go ahead and be safe and locked down. And that way the kids are home safe. We don't have to worry about what happened that one year when the city froze over in 1 hour and they got stuck on the road overnight. So
I have been very
impressed. See it happen, and then we go, the stupid governor closed.
No. I've been very impressed with Mr. Roy Cooper, who, by the way, is the governor of North Carolina. And North Carolina is a very nice sized state. It's equal to the.
So why are you impressed with him?
Because first of all, the way he presented it, they had brought in Dr. Cohen, who actually put together all the data in a format that almost anybody could understand. Then they brought in the politician. In other words, the doctor presents first with a lot of data, with a lot of projections and statistics, and backed it up. Then you bring in the politician who says, okay, this is what we're going to do based on the data. So, and then I went and checked something very important. It's not deaths, it's deaths per million that make the difference. Okay, somebody on a website, I said, like, the U.S. is leading the deaths, and they go, well, the fact is deaths per million. And they're correct. The real stat isn't death, it's death per million population. And unfortunately, in the U.S., and you can go check it, we're like around 281. It's not super great, but it's up there. The state of North Carolina is 45. In other words, it's a lot less. It's not the best state, which is Utah, which is 18 per million, but Utah has a much younger demographic, youngest state in the country. And then Hawaii is way down there also. And don't ask me what they're doing over there, but they're doing something right. And this is the reason data becomes so important. Because you, quote, follow the data. As one federal judge told me, if you want to know things that are going on in companies, follow the money. Federal judge actually told me that in court. Okay, and can love that. Follow the money. Okay, and this coronavirus, follow the data is the name of the game. Okay, so you need to collect data and follow it, and then you can make decisions. You can't make decisions empirically. Yes.
There are a couple of facts which are not mentioned on this website. One of the facts is that more people are buying alcohol than people are buying food. That's happening in India. Millions of people are on road buying alcohol and they don't have food to eat.
So it's popping again. Let's check all of our audio settings. Rakesh, can you check your audio settings and see if there's something set? It kind of keeps going in and out. Nick, I want to address Governor Roy. The only thing I was not happy about is when he was locking everything down and he told, okay, we're not going to have any more sporting events, and he shut them all off that week. He shut everything off.
Yeah.
But he let that concert go, and he let them have that huge concert. That to me was the most ignorant, bad thing. Yeah. Why do you shut down all of these events and you allow that one concert.
Well, here's the way I look at most politicians, and they're going to make mistakes. So you know, I even forgive the man.
That's not a mistake.
Look,
That's not a mistake.
Have you ever heard of back chair drivers and what they call it second quarterback Monday morning quarterbacking? Okay, or in chess you call it postmortem analysis. You can always look backwards and say, oh look, this guy made mistakes. There's so many moves.
Why do you say you're closed, and you're not?
I have to ask him. I don't know. You know,
that didn't make sense to me. No mask, and then 10,000 people. Yeah, go ahead.
Could be an error.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Other than that, I think most of what he did was okay.
I already know who the culprit is. Wait. Maybe it's me.
Just a second. Really? So Rakesh,
no, I'm gonna believe.
I think it's Kim's system. I think.
Really?
It's Kim's system.
Why is mine doing it?
No, mine is fine. I mean, I've checked multiple times with two systems, and it's working fine.
Yeah, but my going. I'm getting the reverb here too. I'm gonna go to
Let me just check one thing.
It's not good.
You just have to go to cam mic, and then there's an option where you have to disable
Audio.
Yeah. If you go to audio, at the bottom, disable audio processing, so that you can remove that.
Okay. I can click that. I've disabled it.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah. It's fine. Yeah.
No, I hear the reverb.
What about Nick? Everything fine at your end?
No. I hear a reverb.
Can you go to cam mic on the third option on the bottom?
Yeah.
And click on audio, and then on the last check box is disable the audio processing.
Okay. I did it.
Yeah.
Still reverbing.
Still reverbing?
Okay, let's go.
You're the voice of God, Nick.
But I can.
How about I can also hear a reverb on my own?
Really?
Yeah. He's reverbing now.
But I can't listen to anything else. I'm good to go. I mean, I don't see that voice coming back to me.
Mine's reverbing. Just saying. I'm gonna log out.
All right.
Is it fine, Nick? Kim?
All right. So, Rakesh, did you look at your audio button?
Yeah.
And it's not click.
He just did it.
Okay, not click. We've been here for 2 months, no problem.
That is a part of that live show. I mean, you know that. I mean, it's a part of the process. We just need to rectify it as soon as we can. And
we're working on it. Namaste.
I can hear everyone clearly. I hope everyone is able to hear me.
Ankit, you're fine. Mine isn't.
Mine isn't either.
Willie, do a mic check.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
4, 5, 6.
I'm gonna go down.
Hello. Hi, Rakesh.
I'm gonna go out.
I don't know reverb.
When I leave, does it get better?
No. Yes. Wait.
All right. I'm just gonna bail out, and I'll try the other computer again.
Just a minute. You seem good.
No,
No, you're not.
All right. Ankit, go to share screen.
You want me to share the screen?
Just no. I want to see if that helps. Nope.
When I logged out, there was a problem, or there was no problem? Because I think if we test one by one, I think that will work.
It's like coronavirus testing.
Yeah. But when I go out, was there a problem, or there was still a problem at that time?
No, it was still a problem. You don't seem to be the issue.
Okay.
But mine seems to be infected. Kim's infected. Willie Hill, can you say something?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Willie's infected. Rakesh, say something.
Hello.
Rakesh is infected.
So let's do
You're
one
the
thing.
only one who's not.
So let's do one thing. Rakesh ji and Willie, can you go to cam mic, the third option, and enable that disable audio processing option? Can you redo it again?
Okay.
Willie, can you check? Third option is cam mic. If you click on it, there's an option called audio, and then just unclick that disable audio processing.
Done. Mine's not.
Huh?
Mine disabled radio is empty.
Okay, done. Okay.
Okay,
Now
I did mine. Still not working. I sent something to the help desk.
Okay. That's strange because I am not facing this problem.
No.
And I am using around 20-25 tabs on my browser right now, and all are muted. All tabs are muted. Just the StreamYard is unmute.
Well, I'm using the same system I did yesterday. No, nothing has changed except the audio is not going through. Except for you, Anka.
But I can hear clearly. Your voice is clear to me.
Really, you don't hear the reverb?
No, I don't hear the reverb.
Reverb's happening.
Willie, what about you? Can you hear something back?
From you, no. From the others, yes.
Should we again rejoin? What do you think?
Maybe I should echo.
I
Leave
did
and
leave
rejoin?
and come back.
Yeah, I'm there. I'll wait for you because I'm good. So let's rejoin it and let's see.
I just did that.
So Willie, how's the? Okay, so Willie just.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm having the reverb.
I can hear you clearly.
You can. Well, on my side, there's a reverb.
Is there by any chance you are have a YouTube open in any of the tabs?
No.
No.
Okay, Willie.
Was it better?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yours is clear and kept.
Yours is clear at my end. Rakesh ji,
Test 1, 2, 3.
your voice is not clear, but I can hear you.
Okay, I didn't use my other mic.
Okay.
I put the screen with my in case there's some interference from that mic.
Are we still having echoes?
Yes. I sent something to StreamYard. It's a StreamYard issue.
So StreamYard said that they are facing a very high volume of messages and they will take more time to resolve the issue if there is any.
I know.
Well, yesterday when they got on line with me, it went away. So they stayed and chatted with me.
Okay.
Until so they're working on it.
Maybe.
Well, I'm glad it started up Wednesday because startups don't show up and we can fix it.
So does it go away if I can leave?
No, I don't think that's it.
So, according to me, I can hear everyone fine.
We're all infected.
There you go. I'm gonna exit out of here then.
Okay, let's see. We'll exit out.
Now
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, all good at your end.
1, 2,
I can
3.
hear everybody.
Rakesh, can you repeat?
1, 2, 3.
Perfectly fine.
I am hearing a revive.
You are or you are not?
From I am.
Okay.
From mine and Rakesh's.
Can you check out the volume buttons of your system? There might be some volume issue. Because so did you face the same thing earlier as well, or this is the first time you are having this issue?
So Ankit,
Yeah.
let's play a video and see if it goes away.
Can you repeat again?
Play a video.
I'll do a video. Yeah.
See if a video gets rid of it.
I'll do a video. We need to keep on talking.
So
Yes.
I don't know that talking to make our guests happy, but listen up, folks. We're having technical difficulties, but we're not giving up. We're testing every unit of equipment like we should. First, you discover whether it's an end user problem, then you discover what end user, then you address it to the provider. So then you got to go to tier 1. Willie knows this. So you go to tier 1, and tier 1's going to troubleshoot it. They're going to do exactly what you did. Then tier 1's going to go, oh, it really has. So then they're going to go to tier 2. And tier 2 is going to troubleshoot their end. And they're going to repeat what tier 1 did. And then they're going to do their troubleshooting and probably push a button, shut everything down, and come back. If that doesn't work, then they go to tier 3, which is probably redesigned. That's not where it needs to go. This is probably wore out equipment, overused equipment, overheating equipment. Like I thought my equipment was overheating the other day. So it's like what Ankit and I were discussing.
Yeah.
That technology is mostly built in one country right now. Then it's distributed all over the world to be used and then installed into our equipment. But that technology is built so cheap, it fails on a perpetual basis. Its failure rate is probably 60%. But they're okay with that because you're buying it. They're not going to support it. Because it is a third-party vendor that's probably white labeled into your product.
Yeah.
Or OEM. Which a lot of engineers understand those terms, startups don't. So what we have here is technology that is just failing.
It is. Why don't we all shut down and then come back?
One of us can't.
Oh, because we're streaming.
So everyone can shut down, but one has to stay in.
I'm there.
We already did that. It's not working.
We're going to play a video.
Because their questions are a lot longer. Most people just say, sign the order and let's go.
Okay.
And London is a little more, but the thing that we keep trying to tell people, and I'm glad to see such strictness, but right now there is no 100% guarantee in any test kit. I don't care if you get it from the US, from Canada, from China, from Africa. The test kits are none of them are 100%, and I don't know of anyone who's been FDA approved. So everyone's under what they call emergency authorization. So that means that if you filed with the FDA or one of the certifications that are out there, that means that you're being researched. You'll get your certification or try to eventually, but there's an emergency. Let's get these out there now. So that's something that happened. But welcome to our show. Tell us about what you do, Matthew. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. So I'm the co-founder and COO of Click Dating App.
Dating.
We're one of Europe's top. Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
Are either of you single and looking?
No.
No. Okay, that's disappointing.
Wow. What about you? Are you single and looking?
Actually, no. I met my wife 4 years ago now on a dating app. So, I'm one of those success stories and a genuine true believer in the product.
Okay.
And when I talk to people about what I do, there's a lot of apps out there from Uber to Zomato, and these make your lives so convenient and easy, and we think, we can never do without them anymore. We're so reliant on them. But the fact is, for that few months that I had a dating app before I met the woman who went on to become my wife, it's changed my life in a way that nothing else, no other app ever could. The impact that we can have as a product should never be underestimated, I think.
No, so I will share a success story as well. My sister had become single. I think when you go through certain divorces or things like that, you just think they'll never, ever, ever do it again, right? Get married or find the right person. But she tried dating, and she finally went to an app, and she met the man that she now is married to on the app. So, there is a lot of positiveness in the app. It's kind of like if you use an app to filter out how you're going to buy something. Like you said, the Uber, right? You can actually go down to what kind of driver you get, what his ratings were. Just your app. You have a demo. This is cool.
I did send over a video demo. Are you able to broadcast that from your end?
And do you have the app ability? So share with us about the lockdown policies or whatever it is you're doing while we pull your app up.
Okay, so England has instituted social distancing, as it's known. We're required to only leave the house for essential purposes, key workers, essential shopping for food and hygiene items. I guess it mirrors a lot of the rest of the globe in that sense. We've been, stricter than others. Sweden, which has attracted a lot of attention for its more relaxed policy. We've gone down the firmer route. But it's been interesting for us as a dating app, I guess. Lockdown has seen a 33% increase in activity on the app.
Social dating. There you go.
We call
cyber dating.
Are we still
dating,
having technical
people have
difficulties?
become very creative with how they're, turning a video chat into something much more than, we associate video chat with perhaps business calls or international conferences and things like that. But people have been cooking meals together. They get the same ingredients. They start their video chat, they cook it and they eat it together. They watch the same movie on their streaming service, and then they discuss afterwards. So people have really embraced technology to maintain social relationships whilst maintaining social distancing. It's really
we do watch parties now on Facebook, right? And people we have. And what you might want to do is recommend some of your daters to go to our internet cafe that we have every Sunday.
Okay.
And it's live musicians, live music, at cafe style. Bring your cup of coffee, sit and just chat and enjoy live good music and interviews. So we decided to do that so people felt like they were going to a cafe, and so that's the way to get them to go dating, right?
To capture some of that IRL atmosphere, yeah.
Yeah, and it's really. So it's interesting, ISO dating. That's pretty cool. So what do we have here? We have a video. Let's check it out.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey guys, welcome to Clicked. Thank you for downloading the app. At Clicked, we're about personality and values and finding your best matches based on what's important to you. First things first, we're going to get you to open up the app and select some interest, so we can help find you your most compatible recommendations. You'll find these in the search tab, or if you want to see who's active now and shares your interests, just scroll through the categories. Let's go through my recommendations and see who comes up. Awesome. Danny looks nice, but it's not all about looks. At Clicked, personality is the final say. That's why we use a test where the questions are chosen by you. To take Danny's test, I'll tap the green tick. So, Danny wants to know, pub or club on a Friday night? I do like a good pint with my mates, so pub. So, go with the flow or pamper you go. I like to think of myself as quite spontaneous, so go with the flow. Now, am I a morning person?
Hi, guys.
Okay.
Testing.
I'm reverted.
So we're still having the problem. They're looking into it.
No, you're actually.
You're
Okay,
clear,
do it.
Tim.
Try taking your take your headset out. Disconnect it. Disconnect it. Did you disconnect?
Disconnect.
Disconnect the headset and reboot and reset it. Oops, he just shut off. I didn't want him to shut off. Can you guys hear me?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we're still having that popping, aren't we? Willie?
Testing, testing.
Rakesh?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Am I sounding popping?
No, you're not. We
Okay.
are.
One and
Ankit?
Yes.
That's really weird. Because I cleaned up until you came in. Okay, folks, you're watching Troubleshooting 101.
So who's having the problem?
So
It's
each
now
of us
everywhere.
have logged out and logged back in. I've
Yeah.
cleaned up a little bit. Nick, how are you doing?
Well, this is not working.
Now I
Rakesh?
can hear.
Yeah, it's. I can hear reverberations.
Now I think it's reverbing.
Ankit?
I think so. I can also.
So I don't
get a
know.
lot of.
Am I sounding better?
You clear, Tim.
You're the only one.
That's weird. The only thing I did was I shut out and I closed up all my Zoom applications and GoToMeeting. I don't know why that has anything to do with it now, but that's the only thing. I shut everything off, like off, remove. That's it. And I don't know that it's cleaned it up.
You shut completely down,
I shut everything completely down.
like the coronavirus.
Yep.
I'll give that a shot. It'll take me a while to boot back up.
Am I also sounding?
I don't know that it's that. I don't know if it was that though, because we've been doing this for 2 months and never had this problem.
Yeah.
So, and I have 100 applications running at one time. So, and I really thought it was my computer because my computer's been overheating. But then I switched computers and it's still there. So, as an engineer, I've already isolated all of the end user problem. So, as long as if they keep asking me to have everyone check your audio button, go to your camera mic settings, go to audio, and make sure the disable audio is not checked. Do not check it.
Okay, do not.
Yep.
They said just make sure. That's all they keep telling me. The only thing they also told me to do was just shut off all my apps. And I finally managed to get all of them to shut off. That took a lot with a Mac because that's not easy to do with a Mac. Yeah. But it could just be what I think it is it's internet overload. I don't think it's us. I think it's internet overload.
Maybe
but it took me a lot. Oh, the other thing, I turned off all my Bluetooth devices in my room. So I have my Bluetooths on.
But right now, who's having a problem? Because I can listen to Kim clearly.
I'm going to take off my Bluetooth.
That shouldn't have any. I mean, we've been running like this for 2 months. This is what I don't understand. It's not like
this might be this particular broadcast that we have created. Should we rejoin again? Should we close it and rejoin? Do you think that will help? Because yesterday was at my end.
So real quick, why don't we each log out one at a time and log back in and just see if that fixes the problem.
Well, you're already at work, so you don't have to do anything. You're good.
Right. But everyone try it. Just go all the way out and I'll hold the system up.
Okay, fine.
Go all the way out and come everyone just do it and let's see if it works.
Okay.
Troubleshooting.
Mine was working fine till the time I logged out, and now I logged in. I think I have a problem.
You had the problem?
Now I'm thinking I can listen to my voice.
Log out. Just go ahead and log out. Everyone log out. Let's see what happens. We're troubleshooting, folks. Troubleshooting 101 on IBMTV. Why not? IBM is world renowned for computer companies. Everyone always asks me the question, how did you get IBM.TV? The story is Nick and I were filming Money Masters and Startup Masters with IBM. We were actually integrating our TV show with Watson, where Watson kind of would be like Alexa, except we had an avatar. And Watson was going to come on our Startup Masters show. And you want to know what a Startup Master is? That's somebody who has mastered to become a startup. It's you put together all the skills and assets and the training that you needed that were necessary to become a successful startup. Why? Because 80% of the startups fail. So yes, we were working with IBM at the time. We were filming some beautiful, wonderful shows. And the end result was, after we went through all of that effort to build an avatar for Watson, by the way, the name was Spencer for the avatar, they decided they didn't want to do that anymore. This has happened many times in their world. They start a project and shelve it for a while. But they asked us, what do you want? So we asked to continue doing what we're doing. Nick wanted to go ahead and start our own network, so to speak. And so we legally acquired IBM.TV, and we launched our own network through IBM TV. It was a web-based smart TV, so that the viewers can engage with us, called live streaming, but we call it Pod TV. We started this, probably the concept maybe 2 years ago, and just it took time for technology to catch up with us so that it would pull together and work lovely like it does today. And every once in a while we run into some technical difficulties, as you've seen, and we have here that has joined with us while we're retesting our system, Dr. Sagu. Welcome, Dr. Sagu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kim. Thank you so much.
I'm not alone because everybody quit on me, although I think they quit because they were frustrated because we had technical difficulties. So, so everybody logged out, and they're all supposed to log back in. But what happened is our sound for the last 2 days has been popping and echoing, almost like it caught a virus, right? And it wasn't it's happening again. It's not getting better. And we've ran this show for 2 months, no problem. So we're not sure, except that I went, because mine started first 2 days ago. Today I went and just rebooted my whole system and cleaned everything off of my computer, just everything. And I tried a different computer, but it wasn't working. So, but I did that today, and it seemed like, wow, I was cleared up, but everybody else was still having problems. So they logged off. You know, you got to troubleshoot a problem just like you troubleshoot your health, right? You got to isolate it. So how are you doing today?
Yeah, I think you did the troubleshooting for your computer, and I think we are doing troubleshooting for the whole of the world, because the big virus has come and that had attacked very severely, and that virus has changed everything. I'm audible to you? I think there is some.
Just a second. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So see, every time we add people, it starts to pop and echo. Can you check something on do you have a computer?
Yeah, I am on my mobile right now. Oh, so if you want, I can go through my computer also if you want.
Well, what I was just trying to figure out, that everyone else is on a computer and they're popping and echoing. So it seems like it's happening when we have more than one person on the show. That's not going to work. That's not why we have this system. So, and Willie's come back on. Let me see. Let me have Willie talk.
Yeah.
Hi, Willie. Can you talk?
Yes. Testing 1, 2, 3.
It's not.
Hi, Willie.
I don't know. This is not going to be a fun show if we can't let people talk. because we definitely don't, I can't talk the whole show. I've done that once and it hurt my head. So
Is it better?
Pinkett, talk.
Is it better at my end?
Yeah, I think. Yeah. So there is some extra voices coming. I don't know from where it is coming, but yes, it is there.
From
So
which whose voice? I mean, is it my microphone or is it Kim's microphone or
No,
Billy's?
no. So it is while talking both of you, there is some crackling voices coming. So is there any crackling? Some crackling
are you
voice.
on a laptop or are you on an iPhone?
I'm on from phone. Yeah.
Phone.
I'm with my phone. Yeah, phone.
Okay. Can you see your option cam and mic below the third option?
Hold on just a second.
So there's an option mute, stop cam, and then cam and mic.
I'm going to try something else. Hold on.
Kim, I was reading on Google about StreamYard. People who are using Bluetooth, they are having these problems.
Yeah, I think on the
Chrome. What are you? I'm using Chrome.
No, not Chrome. I'm talking about Bluetooth. If people who are using Bluetooth devices, they have to check that disable processing option, and it will vanish.
Okay.
So if they are using, can you text it? I can't hear you.
Okay.
Thank you. This is going to be an interesting show, folks, because we don't give up. So, can you hear me fine though, Nick? Can you talk?
Yes. But see, I have that reverb, I think.
No, everyone does. So we're working on.
I have the coronavirus audio. Coronavirus audio version. It's infected me. So
yeah, I think there is a further mutation of the coronavirus, and the new genomic structure has come out with this audio version.
Yes, it's infected the audio of our meeting, and I can't figure out how to cure it.
Do we need to isolate this audio now?
We've been working on it, actually, Dr. Sagu. You wouldn't believe it. I mean, we've been trying all sorts of things to isolate and figure out how we can fix it. And it's been, I think it's a mutated virus. It's never been here before.
Yeah.
It's infected everybody's audio.
I think I had too much Corona beer last night.
Corona beer. It's infected people all over the world. And Kit was immune for a while, but he was in lockdown. Then he got infected. So I'm not sure what we're supposed to do about this. We're trying to get help from our leaders at Yard Screen. And so let's see, there's a place where you can ask for help. And I asked for help, and all they can do is say, go back to your hole, stay home. What does that say? How can we test the coronavirus audio? Okay, that's a good question.
Because I think it's better to use play card rather than to talk.
Yeah.
The coronavirus audio. Hey, I'm going to the have issues, and it's spinning around. It's not even answering. Yesterday, I have my plane flight. I'm supposed to go to Salt Lake. I went to Delta, and Delta goes, we don't have anybody available for 2 hours and 50 minutes. Okay.
Okay, let me try to log in from my computer. Then we'll see if the same problem is there or not.
Sasha.
Hi, Sasha.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, but everybody has a virus today on their computer except me. So we're not quite sure what's happening. We've had everyone reboot and come back in. But right now, everybody's popping and echoing.
Kim, you're showing clear again.
Kim is perfectly fine. Nick is having a problem.
Kim has been cured. I'm still got the virus. Sasha, say something. Let's see if you have the coronavirus audio.
I'm scared I have.
Yes.
You have the audio coronavirus. Say something, Kim, and show them that you've been cured. Kim, say something.
I had mine first.
How's it now?
Okay. I had mine first. So I don't know if it's still popping or not, but it's over.
No,
So
yes, it's good, Ricky.
I had mine 2 days ago. So
Just say something, Sasha.
Yes, test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
I have it, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, what I'll do, I'll restart everything.
It won't make a difference. It's like not going to work. I'm trying to get the yard stream people to actually get on and see what we're talking about. I'm right now communicating with them, but
I've
it's
never.
Dana and
So
customer support.
usually pretty. What I'm trying to do. So the last 2 days, whenever they got on and started chatting with me, it went away. So I'm not quite sure what the problem is, but yesterday I thought, oh my gosh, this show's over. And they started chatting with me, and then the popping noise went away. So,
well, what they probably did is increased our bandwidth speed. We probably, you know, they have this net neutrality deal where they increase and decrease speed.
So I don't know what the problem is. We got a lot of comments. Hold on. We got a lot of comments. Let me see what's going on. And it might be me because I'm texting. I did one. Kim, maybe you have to continue solo. No way, Jose.
Yeah, I can't tell by yourself.
No, I did this one time not too long ago.
RJ was supposed to show up at 10:30, but he's not here, which is good. Because we're having, just as he wanted to show up today, because we had rescheduled him, we ran into these technical difficulties. First time we had. The videos work. It's just
no, they were popping. Hold on, let me shoot. Let me see if I can share a video. Hold on. It's a lot of going on right now, but let's see.
It's a good thing Wednesday is our weakest day so far. And I'll tell Willie the reason why the startups don't show up. I was going to invite the VCs to show up, but I'm not going to invite VCs till we get a robust group of startups that show up. They're horrible.
Hold on, let's see if we can watch this. Hold on. This might not work, but we're going to try and see what happens.
Reverbing, Kim.
So
it's not
all right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to dive out, and if I dive out,
you're the only one that people can hear. The rest of us are all infected. You can't leave. Okay, what you need to do is, if anybody
but
leaves,
I can't share a screen either.
Okay, here's what we can do. We can have you talk by yourself just 1 minute. Let's see if that works.
All right, so I'll talk by myself for a little bit. Let's talk about being a startup, right? And what are the important factors of being a startup? So let's take a look at what's happening today, because that's what you want to know. You want to know, how can I solve a problem today? Not and how can it be scalable for tomorrow? So take a look at all the problems going on around you, not just COVID. Okay, there are so many other solutions out there besides COVID. And some of the things that we were talking about are, look at the restaurants that have had to close down. How can we get them to reopen? And then I keep getting and seeing a lot of people complaining about, well, why do they get to open and I don't? I'm the same kind of business. Why does the hobby store get to open up, but Michael's doesn't? Why does Walmart get to open up, but Kohl's doesn't? And here's the thing, folks. Put together your COVID protection policy for your business. Write it down. Is it that you're going to collect everyone's ID card as they come in? Are you going to clean your carts before people come in? Are you going to have one entry and one exit? Right? Can you do that? What kind of business are you, and how can you protect not you, but your clients? okay, and the people that come in and your employees. That's what's important. Are you going to require everybody to wear PPE equipment that work for you? Are you going to be behind shields at the cash register? Are you going to wear PPE equipment? Are you going to wear the shields? Are you going to wear the mask and the gloves? Are you going to continuously clean the facility? Or are you going to shut down early and sanitize everything at night? Or open really early and sanitize everything in the morning? Are you going to have if you're a hairstylist or a barber, do you have a means of really disposing all of that hair, because hair can collect COVID? And why is it just COVID that we're worried about? Well, because of the way it can spread. And we're not panicked about whether people can survive it or not. We know that the mortality rate is pretty much probably the same as any other virus. It's the means that this spreads and the fact that we don't know people are contagious until after they've already probably spread it to 10,000 people in 14 days. Just go take a look at patient 31. So patient 31 in Korea spread the virus in less than 14 days to pretty close to 10,000 people. So that's not a good thing. You know, how sociable are you? But let's take a look at the policies that you can write for your establishment. Submit your policies to your governor or to the mayor or whoever's keeping you from opening, and say, these are the policies I'm going to follow. Go take a look at the data, folks. Data to me supports everything that we need to do. Look at Hong Kong. Hi, Willie. Yeah, Willie's my data guy, right? He's a startup entrepreneur, successful, let's get startups going guy. And he's got his own startup going. Let's look at data. Hong Kong had 4 deaths and this whole time, very low infectious rates. They never closed down. The restaurants stayed open, everything. But the key is their people are very respectful. They don't disobey orders. They all decided to wear masks if they're going to go out into the public. They all decided to what you call a restrictive ordinance. And the restrictive ordinance was no more than 2 people at a table in a restaurant. And, in America, they go, well, they probably shoot you over there. Well, yeah, I want to shoot you too if you're going around spreading the virus and not following the orders. Follow the orders, people. Get rid of your liberty rights. You have no liberty rights when we're under war. This is war. As far as I'm concerned, when you have a pandemic situation, policies change. So, no, you have no more liberty rights. If we want to live a little freer, we're going to have to learn restraint, restrictions, respect. Just get over it. Get over yourselves. I'm sorry, all you protesters. If you want a job and you don't mind being in a crowd like that, go work at the hospitals for a while and help offload the problem and get rid of it. If you're that free to go protest, go help with the dead bodies in New York, and help figure out a way to clean up this mess. Stop whining. Be a solution. That's what I have to say. And if you ever watch the movie Miracle in the Water, you'll understand that term. Stop whining and be a solution, people. Figure it out. But don't go protest anymore. Become the solution, not the problem. And let's work together. But a startup is more about finding the solution and getting out there and executing on it. And right now, if you want to execute on opening your restaurant, come up with a policy that's going to protect people. And this is how you're going to do it. And who knows, your policy may help other people open up as well. But we have to come up with these restrictions, get over your self-entitled liberty rights, and let's clean this up. What do you think, Willie?
Fantastic.
You're still popping. Hey, but you're a popping kind of a guy, right? But anyway, I still have our wonderful team who is here to constantly support each other. We have each other's back. Sometimes it's difficult to talk to yourself, which I know I've been asked to keep talking until we fix this problem, because my virus is cleared up after 2 days. I had the popping noise 2 days ago. It's, for whatever reason, it's cleared up today. But we've got all of these wonderful guests that were lined up for Startup Wednesdays. We're not going to let you down. If you have an idea, bring it to us. We're going to be sending out a template on how to properly present your idea, just to give you an idea. But people, the only way that you're really going to be successful if you have that great idea is to get exposure, right? Don't just sit around with that idea. Get it out there. Talk about it. One of my greatest mentors in life said that if you can't say it, you'll never be it. So you got to start talking about it. Even if you haven't got all the ideas written down, bounce the idea off with your friends. Talk about it, make it real, because the more you talk about it, the more real it becomes. You're going to get a lot of negative feedback. Don't be afraid of that. I got a lot of negative feedback yesterday. Oh my gosh. One of my favorite people in the world, big media person, called me yesterday and beat me up a whole lot. Not a whole lot, nicely. I love her, but she beat me up a little bit and said, Kim, this is what you got to do to make this look better, be better, and become, a lot better at what you do. And that hurts, because you put your all into it. Right now we're struggling because we don't have the resources. So you can come up with a lot of excuses, but at the end of the day, that feedback was, Kim, you're not perfect right now. And if you don't make it perfect, you're not going to be successful. And I had to listen to everything. And it's not called sucking it up. It's called listening, take notes, and figure out how to fix it. Because this isn't just any person that called me yesterday. This is a very successful person in my industry. And as much as you want to hear you're doing great, but when you hear you're doing great for what you have, that's not a good thing, people. When somebody gives you that compliment, you better be taking a look at, well, okay, I'm not looking old for my age. That's not a compliment, okay? You got to take a look at what you have and figure out how to do it right. So now I'm talking. Or can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay. So I guess I'll just keep talking. So I got this wonderful team of people here, and unfortunately, technically, no one can talk without it sounding like it's reverberating everywhere. So if anyone out there knows what might be going on technically, please send us some feedback. The tech engineers here are working on it. I had this problem for the last 2 days, so it might just be a virus, and each person has to wait their 2 days. But I won't be able to talk like this for 2 days. Anyway, so
Kim, am I sounding fine, or is there a problem?
You can text me. So I noticed that we had a guest. Was it a no, you're not sounding fine.
And we all have the virus, except that.
So I'm wondering but the thing is if we all boot out and I come back sounding bad, then we just screw this whole thing up. So I was wondering if we just all rebooted out completely and
we didn't do anything wrong. It's the system that isn't working for us, right?
I have no idea, Nick. Hold on. We got something. Something must have changed if it was previously working totally fine for you. Are you listening guesses yesterday? Yes.
Nick, can we join the previous broadcast just for testing?
Just a minute. I'm wondering if it's a bandwidth issue.
Nick, let's join yesterday's broadcast and let's.
Wait, Ankit, you're coming in fine.
Okay.
I hear bubbles. Dr. Sakut, say something.
Yes, Nick. This is better now because now I stopped using my Bluetooth device. So directly I'm connecting with this wire. So slightly it is better.
I can hear you. It's a lot of.
Okay.
So mine still
yes, there are a lot of viruses. I think now, not a single virus.
Yeah, it's a computer virus, not a coronavirus. Willie Hill, could you say something? Let's do a test on our computer virus coronavirus.
Yeah, please.
So maybe this is a problem with the StreamYard.
It is. I believe it's.
Hold on just a second, Nick.
There is a problem with the web.
I'm texting Nick. Hold on a minute.
Why would you text me? You can talk to me.
Hold on. Just read my text. So let me explain to you what happened. On Monday, this happened to me. I thought it was my computer that was overheating. And all of a sudden, I reached out. StreamYard is probably one of the most responsive fastest customer support I've ever worked with. So I reached out to them. They started texting me, and I noticed it went away. So then they went away, and when they went away, it came back. So then I texted him back. But every time they started texting with me, it would go away. And this happened for 2 days. So I just made them stay online with me. What do they say? I can't read it.
What does it say, Ankit? You have to read it.
I'm talking to them, trying to fix the problem, so they might join us live to test it.
Oh, they're going to join us live. Good. We actually meet the people behind the scenes.
Yeah.
That would be so cool. I've never met these people. All these IT people you never meet. They're always way behind the scenes somewhere. You never talk to people. They're in little cubby holes, you know.
Okay, so they want everyone to close all the tabs and applications and then rejoin again, and that is what they said. To join, they have that much amount of time because of bandwidth.
Nick, get
People.
StreamYard to text with you. I'm going to see if it cleans Nick's up. If it cleans Nick's up, then what happened to me on Monday and Tuesday, we'll know. So, Nick, get StreamYard to start texting with you.
I am.
So just get them to interface.
I'll do it again.
Achut, can you say something? Can you hear us?
So the thing is that they don't understand how to troubleshoot. They're first tier, and they don't quite understand. The first tier usually does not understand how to troubleshoot.
Mr. Corella, can you say something?
So what I want is Nick to be back up, and I want him texting with StreamYard, and I want to see if it goes away, because mine went away. As you notice, I've been texting with them, and mine cleaned up.
I'm texting with them. They're being non-responsive.
Take a minute. Just get them to text with you.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
So everybody sounds like they have corona right now.
We have computer coronavirus.
So Acute, is that how I pronounce your name? Acute? Corella? Corella Acute.
Me?
We can't hear you.
He can't hear me? Can you hear me?
I can't hear Mr. Corella.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can't hear him either.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I'm listening. Yes, I'm listening.
Can you hear me?
So can you hear me?
I can hear you, but there is some echo.
Right, and I want you to start texting with StreamYard and see if it cleans you up.
I'm doing it.
Okay.
I'm doing that.
All right. So we may have to reschedule our guest today. Please be patient with us. We're working hard on getting people back up. Nick, talk. Plug your thing in and out.
Okay. It's a system error, Kim. It could be StreamYard, it could be bandwidth. And we're just, too many people might be online worldwide, and we're just getting burned. I don't know what the issue is, though.
I don't think
you're right. We've been doing this for 30 days or more, and this is the first time the system's gone down. It happens. It happened to Delta Airlines, happened to the airline industry. The only problem is we can't fix it.
Nick, do me a favor. Do you have your other computer?
Yeah, over here.
Okay, set up a GoToMeeting and meet me over at your GoToMeeting. I want to see if GoToMeeting is having this problem.
Oh, good point. Yeah,
I'm going to isolate this.
Yeah.
I'm going to narrow it down.
Yeah, because that's another they run on bandwidth also. That's
so get on GoToMeeting.
Just a minute. I'll send you an invitation. Just a minute.
All right, thank you. People don't understand. I might end up fixing StreamYard's problem. because this is what I did for 30 years of my career is troubleshoot. So you got to narrow down the problem, just like you do with your health, right? Sometimes you have to isolate the problem inside of your body and figure out what the problem is. And today we're having a problem, technical issue that I actually was the only one having the problem on Monday. And it would fade in and out. And I realized it would go away when StreamYard was actually physically interfacing with me. And it would clear up. So yesterday, the only way I kept the show going was typing to StreamYard the whole time I was interviewing guests, which is not easy to do, folks. I felt like Rosie and Isabella. So anyway, have a lot of respect for Isabella and Rosie. But here we go. We're struggling a little bit here, but that's what happens when you're a startup. Do you give up? Do you throw in the towel and go, I quit? I'm never going to do this again? No, we have to stick together. Our team keeps beaming in and out so that we can keep testing it. We've each done our homework and due diligence by isolating our own computers. Nick is right. I agree that it is a bandwidth problem. This is something I kept saying, but because I never had I was the only one with the problem on Monday and Tuesday. We truly felt that maybe it was a bandwidth on my end, that I isolated. It wasn't either one of my computers. I have a whole room full of computers. So I just kept jumping from one computer to the other, and the problem still existed. So that told me it was a bandwidth problem outside of my computer room. So then we try the router. But then when I noticed that every time StreamYard interfaced with me, the problem went away. I'm like, okay, this must be in the StreamYard district. So let's talk to StreamYard. But nobody else was having the problem the last 2 days. It would totally go away when I logged out. So now I am the one that's fine. So maybe my virus is over. And but everyone else that logs in, but it's not the same guest. We have different guests. So I've been answering their questions. Is it the same people? Well, yeah. And then are there any new people? Well, yes. But this is the way you isolate a problem. If you're a startup and you're trying to solve a world's problem, you might do that. You might have to isolate what the problem is and how can you provide a solution. One of the ways a friend of mine's company solved a solution was I had explained a problem and a solution I found one time, and then the company took the solution away, and that was Microsoft. I had reverse hacked a ransomware, and when I reverse hacked it, I kept it because I have a lot of computers. I kept the virus, and I wanted to see what was going on. And I noticed that the ransomware took all but a handful of my files. And I was curious, why didn't it take those files? They were in the same computer. They were in the same operating system. Why did they get those files? So I looked really hard at it. It was so simple. It was at the tip of my nose. Those files were write protected. And it was a easy solution that Microsoft had offered at the time, that I could go in and write protect folders and files. And it was very, very easy. So I was in cybersecurity at the time, and I contacted Microsoft and said, hey, this is a great solution. Just teach the people so that they don't have to spend a lot of money on tools right now, which was a big mistake of mine. Teach them not that all they have to do is this simple procedure, and then they don't have to worry about these bots, this cyber theft bot, this ransomware bot coming in. And because how the bot works is that it goes in and it will open every file and resave it under its lock. Open every file and resave it. Open every file and save it. That's how it works. And that's how it will. It doesn't care if you have 1 million files and folders or one. It's going to open and close. But if you write protect every file and every folder, guess what? It can't. It cannot open them unless they know your password. But that's not how ransomware works. Ransomware is not going to work that way. So what would be funnier is if you were a honeypot for ransomware and you locked up most of your files, but when they opened up one of the files, they caught a virus that re-entered a bot back at them. But in the U.S., that's illegal. You cannot infect the infector. You can't do that. That's illegal. But you can create a vaccine for yourself, and the vaccine for your computer would be to write protect all your files and folders. So I was sharing my story with people, but what happened was is Microsoft took that ability away. So then I could no longer do that. The next version, the next upgrade. So now I had to go out and find a virus protector for my computer or keep the old Microsoft tools, which I have done. But if you get a new computer, you can't use what? You can't use the old Microsoft tools because it's not backwards compatible. They're smart. They're very smart. They're going to make money off of you. Well, this year, somebody was advertising their new great tool, and it's the one that I kept preaching that would work, is the ability to what? Write protect all your files. So this tool goes in and does exactly what I say a tool should do. It write protects all your folders and your files in your computer. That's the only way you can really protect your files, that and backing up. But sometimes when you back up a lot, you will back up the virus. So, you need to back up a lot. That way you can recover back before the virus happened. Some viruses are sneakier than others. Some can get into your system and they're very, very patient. They'll wait a couple of months. And I've been, people will put down my method of protection, which is it's not about if you get hit, it's about when. And so what you need to do is assess what's the most important to you and how soon do you need things returned to service. My thing is to always have a redundant system and a backup. So that was a solution. I have been preaching it for years, and somebody actually built it into a tool. That's what you got to do. Dr. Sagu, can you talk?
Yeah. So, Kim, do you think that the virus from my computer can infect your computer?
So can you text me your question? Can you text me?
Oh, no, I was just testing. I was just testing how my voice is echoing or not.
If his virus and his computer affects yours, that was the issue.
Well, I had it for 2 days, folks. So it's a 48-hour virus.
I'm not sure if that's it. I'm not sure what it is, but
as Dr. Tula says, put a little ice on your head and wait it out. That's what he told me. Hi, Ankit. Dr. Tula told me to put ice on my head. Can you believe that? I love Dr. Tula. He said, put a little ice on your head and cool off. So I did. And I actually been going outside every day and getting sun. I also want to tell people, I don't know if I had COVID, but I'm going to tell you what, I got really, really sick. Even though I was on the show every day, after the show, I would crash. And I took Dr. Sagu's advice and Dr. Tula's and Dr. Hughes, and I got lots of rest because that's what you guys tell me to do, get lots and lots of rest. So I don't know what I had, but I was running a fever every day, cold chills. It was very, very hard to breathe, but sometimes that happens to me because of my neurological disease. So I wasn't panicking about the not breathing part, but I was listening to all the doctors. I was rinsing my mouth out and gargling, and my ears got really, really infected, and this whole part of me was swollen and feverish. Like I couldn't even barely move my mouth, but I'm on the show every day with good makeup, so you couldn't see the swollen. And I put ice on me a lot, right, to cool the fever down. I was putting ice on me, but the chills, I was running heat. So, but they kept saying get out in the sun, but we weren't having sunny days. But every day that it was sunshine, I got out. I had this for about 4 weeks, but finally every day I was able to get out in the sunshine. I was drinking my lemon water. It's gone. It's gone. I'm healthy, happy. I'm able to exercise with, I have the pain in breathing because of my disease, but there was a very, very sharp pain in my lungs every time I took a deep breath. That's gone. But people, get some sunshine, put a little ice on your head and chill out. Put some ice on your head. I love that. Just put ice on. So these are good advice. These are things that we should be doing anyway. Relaxing, resting a lot. I was sleeping a lot. And now I'm feeling much better. I'm making myself go outside every day, get 20 minutes of sun, literally 20 minutes. I sit in the direct sun, whether it's cold and chilly outside or hot. I get 20 minutes of sun because even Dr. Art said that's how he's sanitizing his PPE equipment because he has to reuse it. He's putting it in the sunshine, right? And I thought, wow, there must be something to this. So our computers are having viruses. Let's see what Dr. Sagu, I'm using a different system now. Am I audible? Dr. Sagu, you're not audible. I think there is a virus in StreamYard. So people are not the only ones who get viruses, right? We know this.
But I can hear you. I can hear you clearly.
Hear me fine, but
Can you hear me clearly now? Am I better?
Yeah, but by the way, Ankit, I wanted to say you look really sharp today. Like I love the hair and your blue collar. You look really, really sharp. There you go.
Ankit, I can hear you, Ankit.
Style and folks, I want to tell you what. Don't complain about not going to the barber. Just take tips from Ankit. We're gonna have a barber tip from Ankit because he's styling, man. He's got this down to a science, and he's all dressed up today and no audio. We're going to make a song about this, all dressed up and no audio. Anyway, I can't even share a video because it starts to pop. So it's I'm not going to say it's a bandwidth problem, folks, because we've been doing this for 2 months, and we've been doing it with the same guests from the same places, and we got RJ from Web Talk on, and Nick is looking.
Maybe it's Web Talk. Hello.
You're so funny.
Quite clear, Nick.
They have engineers over there.
You're not going to be able to do the interview, and I don't think I am too, because he's not going to be able to.
You'll be able to do it. The rest of
I
us
can talk, but I can't ask him. He's not going to answer.
Oh, he might not be able to. Oh, that might be true. He might. They may be infected over there.
Well, Florida, they don't have any viruses, right?
That's
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but
I'm just kidding. They have a lot.
Our people in Australia and India are going to have real problems with Web Talk. So maybe just you, Kim, and Web Talk people assuming that they don't have the pop. We all have the pop.
It's not just popping; it's this horrific echo. It's almost like we've got a video playing somewhere. And
I've checked through all our systems.
Oh, did you send me a GoToMeeting so I can test it?
Yeah, I just.
Okay. Let me go. I want to go check that out and see.
I'm using a different system. Are you still think that there's a problem on the StreamYard?
It's a StreamYard issue, I'm pretty sure.
It's a StreamYard then, because I tried before the show.
What email did you send the GoToMeeting to?
Forget it. I think I logged it off. It's not on anymore. I don't remember logging it off, but not on.
This is interesting. I don't think they got enough people to text with people all day long to keep this fixed. So, Nick, I'm trying to go to GoToMeeting.
Forget it. It's off. I don't know what happened. It's not on.
So, StreamYard said that you have to close all the applications and all the users.
Come on, we already did that. I already did that 10 times.
All right, here we go.
No,
I
it's
got
not
it.
about us. It's about all the guests.
Hold on just a second. I got it. Hold on.
Just a minute. We might be keep talking for a minute.
So I'm going to see if I can talk to you on GoToMeeting.
The answer is probably yes.
Did you hear me?
All right.
Yes. We got 5 minutes. Computer virus.
All right, so I'm waiting for you, Nick.
Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay, just a minute.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you over here. I can't hear you on GoToMeeting. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Just a minute. Okay, is this better?
I think you need to plug your headset into the computer with GoToMeeting.
It already is. Just a minute.
No, I hear you on this computer, not this one.
Okay, is this better? And how is this?
I hear you on this one, not this one.
Okay.
It's just a different. You plug your headset into the other computer, right?
Wait. Yeah, can you hear me now?
No, plug your headset into the other computer. By the way, you look great, Nick.
Yeah, it's just
So, folks, this is how we troubleshoot. So take heed to this. This is what you do when you're a startup and you got technical problems. You can throw in the towel, you could quit. Some days, if you've had it too many days, you might say, you know what, I'm going to take a break. One of my favorite stories in startups and troubleshooting, wasn't a startup. It was a very big company that I worked for. And I was the lead engineer. It was the first female engineer that they hired. And I was the lead engineer in that department. And it was a huge, huge company, but we were a small division of that company. They had moved it to the United States, and we were building a fiber network. But we were also delving into other technology before the fiber launch. We were delving into frame relay, token ring, all these other things that most of you don't even know about. And anyway, so we were working on installing it at one of the universities, University of South Carolina, and go Gamecocks. And so I would be sent down there to work with all of these engineers, and these engineers were trained to work 24/7. Like they never slept. It had to go. And they would rotate some shifts, but seriously, I don't think any of them ever slept or took recreation time. So when I got down there, when it was my turn to go down there, and I took really good notes because I'm a lab rat. So I really wasn't used to being a supervisor. I would supervise my own self or my own small teams. But anyway, so I was down there. So I would make them all take a break. Like, no, we're not going to work Sunday morning. Everybody go, we're going to go. And they couldn't do it. They didn't know how. But we had this problem. We couldn't get past it. And I knew everybody was just overworked and overrun. So I made everybody take off Saturday. And my boss was furious at me. I said, you know what, guys? The state fair's in town. We're not going into the office. We're going to go out and get some fresh air. We're going to walk the state fair. I'm going to buy you some fun food. We're going to play some games. You guys can ride because I'll get sick. But we're going to have fun today. And we're not going to talk about it. We're not going to think about it. But the answer is going to come. And sure enough, we did it. And guess what happened? We all went back, got a little bit of rest, went to work, and the answer came. We fixed the problem. So what did we learn from that?
Nothing.
I had hoped that we had learned that if you just kind of step back from the problem, reboot your brain a little bit and let it go somewhere else, that when you go back to the problem, the answer is standing right in front of you.
The answer is right here.
It's
not working.
Did it the first time because they went back to their 24/7 routine. But every time I got sent down there, I would go, guys, we're taking a break, And my boss would just get really mad at me, like, these guys have got to work 7 days, 24 hours, 7. And I'm like, no, you don't work people like that. You just don't. So oddly enough, they started sending me down there more often. And it wasn't because I was solving the problem. The problem I was solving was solving the engineers' problems who couldn't think because they were overworked. I wasn't solving the problem itself, though I probably could have. But it was funny because they just couldn't get the idea that you had to rest a little bit. Dr. Tula says it. I'm sure Willie agrees with it.
Yep.
You got to step back. Don't overwork the problem. I think that's what happened with the coronavirus. I think when you're just staring at the same problem every day over and over and over, you think there's only one answer. And there's not. You got to get out of that box. You got to go talk to other people, find others. I found out that CDC listed a few of the symptoms of corona, just a few. I found out in other countries there were other symptoms, and I was actually having those symptoms. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I wish I had known this. I probably would have gone and gotten tested. But I'm like, there's no way I could have corona because CDC says this, this, and this. But then I found out in other countries they're saying, do you have this? Do you have achy feeling? Do you have chills? Do you have runny noses? Do you have, and I'm like, I didn't just have a dry cough. I really never had the dry cough. I just had the fevers and the runny noses and the burning eyes and earaches, the throbbing ears. So there are other symptoms, folks. It wasn't, and I might not have had COVID, but I'm just saying, I went out and realized there are other symptoms. But so I think we overwork a problem. We overexhaust ourselves on trying to find that one answer when the answer could be many different things. So we always fix the problem. It seemed like when I would go down to the site. So I was being sent all the time to the site, which I didn't really want to travel much back then. But we fixed it, not because of anything other than the people got rest. Nick, are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, I'm on both.
I can't hear you on GoToMeeting.
I'm on this one also.
Can you hear me, Kim?
Nope. Seems like I'm
Can you
going
hear me
to
on this one?
today. I'm
Can
going
you
to
hear
take a break tomorrow.
Testing,
Can you hear me on this one?
testing, testing. Am I
Testing 1, 2,
reverberating?
3.
Can
Can
you hear
anyone
me
hear me?
Yes.
on this
Am
one?
I audible fine?
Hello?
Will,
Testing.
can you hear me clearly?
Shows it's working.
You're echoing and popping. But we're going to work through this, folks. And because we do this, you're going to learn something. You're going to learn that this is how you troubleshoot a problem and you don't give up. And does it seem boring and exhausting? It is. Oh my God. It is so exhausting and so boring sometimes to have to repeat, go over, repeat, go over. But have you ever had a problem at home with your phone, right? And you sit there and you turn it off and on, you unplug it, and you plug it back in, you unplug it, and you plug it back in. And then you go, oh, okay, I'm going to call for help. And then you do. You call for help. Then what happens? Right? They ask you to do what? Turn your phone off. Turn it back on. Unplug it from the wall. Plug it back in. Then they're going to do their work, and that's called tier 1. And they're going to push buttons on their end, and they might reset your router today. That's how they do it. Or they might reset something at the network switch. They got their steps that they have to do. But it sounds, I get really irritated. I already did that. I tell them I already did all of these things, but they're going to do it too. They have to go through their checklist. So then after they go through their checklist, it's called isolating the problem. They're going to step it up to their tier 2 because they're going to say, well, you know what? We have isolated the user in, we've isolated the curbside, we've isolated the box at the house, we've isolated everything. It's got to go back to the switch at this point. Sometimes they've troubleshot the same kind of problem because there's millions of users. So many times they already know what the answer is, right? Oh, she's having popping on her end. And every time somebody new dials in, they're getting popping noises. We've seen this problem 100 times over here, so we know how to fix it real quick. But I'm getting, so see, StreamYard is very responsive. They're texting me all the time. So everyone is having the popping and echoing sounds. I had this on Monday and no one could hear me. So you got to remember, when did it start? Was it just you? So I'm able to isolate some of this for them. On Monday, I was having this problem. Never had it before. But what I noticed is every time they started texting with me, the problem went away. So on Tuesday, I got back in. The popping was going on. Nick and Ankit were booting me out. Kim, you need to log out. You need to log out. So I started texting with StreamYard, and Nick and Ankit go, oh, okay, she's back. But it was only because, and I realized when you're texting with me, the popping noise went away. So today we all logged in. The popping noise came back, and I figured, well, it's me. But today it's everybody else. I don't know why. Now, they made me go in and reboot my computer. They made me reset all of my cache, which I hate doing. And they made me get rid of all my apps. I had to turn off every one of my apps, including Zoom. And I'm on one computer. Now I have switched computers. I thought it was my computer because it was overheating, but it stopped overheating, folks, after I shut Zoom off. So maybe Zoom does have a problem. We know that Zoom had a virus. I'm not trying to put Zoom down. I love Zoom. I like GoToMeeting too, but I love Zoom because I'm really comfortable with it. But what I noticed is as soon as I shut my app off, Ankit, listen to this. As soon as I disconnected my Zoom from this computer has stopped overheating. Is that interesting? Now that's a good, interesting engineering fact. Think about this, folks. That's a very good engineering fact.
But Kim, I'll tell you, whenever you want to use the system and some application which you are not using, if you go and disable that application, you are good to manage your system. Because a lot of applications run on the background. Same goes with mobile phone, same goes with everything else.
I know.
To improve performance, to improve the RAM, it's good to disable the application till the time you're not using. So and my suggestion is, if you're not using the application for more than 3 weeks, it's better to uninstall it and reinstall whenever you want to use it. So I think RJ is ready for a talk.
Yeah.
There's a lot of vibration.
Let me see if he can log in without a vibration. I really don't want to do an interview one without Nick. Not that I can't. It's just that there's so many better questions that come out of us as a team, all of us. We usually do, but we air live here. So, one of the things I noticed was every time StreamYard started texting with me and chatting with me, my sound cleared up 100%. One of the things I try to do is get them to chat with Ankit or Nick perpetually just to see if it would clear one of their sounds up. Nick has kind of thrown in the towel because he could not even get GoToMeeting to work. But I don't think it's his problem. Ankit, can you talk?
Yes, I'm on. I'm talking to StreamYard.
Still lots of vibration.
Nope.
But so, I realized that there is an internet problem.
Can you text me because I can't hear anything? Boy, I must have drove you guys crazy for 2 days. Oh my gosh, I was driving me crazy listening to the texting. Possible problems in bandwidth. But Ankit, I find it hard to believe given that we ran this show for 2 months.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's the bandwidth. I think there's something going on. You know what I think it is? I think it's the hackers. I think it's the hackers are so am I breaking up? So RJ is saying everybody's breaking up. So they're saying they hear me breaking up. Do you hear me breaking up, Ankit?
You're fine.
I think it's the hackers overwhelming the bandwidth. Okay, so if they're sending out bots in millions and billions of applications, those bots are going to tear into the bandwidth. I'm not making stuff up, folks. I work in cybersecurity, though I have not done a lot of work in the last few months. I am not making this up. The hackers are sitting at home and this is all they have to do, and we're not chasing them. We're not being paid to chase them. They make billions and trillions of dollars a year, and they have more incentive to bring things down. The thing is they're probably hacking into every system, and that uses up the bandwidth. This is why I tell people they'd really be easy to catch, because you can catch the bandwidth. You can catch who's on what bandwidth. I know, because occasionally they come to me and say, Kim, you're using up too much bandwidth. So the way I know that is I have a server, and one time I had a server a hacker get into one of my online servers, and they were using my bandwidth. So my server contacted me and said, hey, you're using too much bandwidth. I go, I'm not doing anything. I haven't used that server all month. So I went and looked, and sure enough, my bandwidth was spinning like my electric meter. It was going insane. And so I'm like, well, who could be doing this? And then we looked in there, and a hacker got into my system, and they were using my system for their bandwidth to generate actually emails to people. So we were able to shut them down. So yeah, if law enforcement really wanted to catch the hackers, they could. It's very easy to do, because you follow what? You follow the money. In the internet world, you follow the bandwidth. All right. Who's generating and using the most bandwidth? And it would be the hackers. And you could trace that. It can be traced. I know we used to sell test equipment, and you put the test equipment on the networks, and you could trace where the bandwidth is being utilized, when it's meeting its threshold, and you can isolate it. But they choose not to. They would rather charge people and fine them for being a victim of being hacked than they would tracing down the real criminals. I'm putting down our law enforcement. It's not just our law enforcement, it's our lawmakers. It costs them money. It's easier for them to bill you and say, okay, Target, it's your fault you got hacked. It's your fault you got hacked. And we're going to charge you a huge fine. But they won't tell you where they put that money. They don't put that money towards supporting us. So yeah, I'm coming down on them a little bit. So I think that if it is a bandwidth problem, the sound is purely being brought down by hackers that are getting into the internet right now. And we know that this is a problem. We know that it was on the rise. I shared a news article about it. Nick wants me to get a real article or paper. That's hard to do. What's that, Ankit? Are we talking about coronavirus? Cyber spies hunt COVID-19, research US and UK warn. So what are they going to tell us, Ankit? You can't talk. You can't talk. So let me look at this. Oops. I'm not on the right computer. Hold on just a second. I got to zoom in. Oops. Wow, my screen's weird. Okay, the UK and US have issued a joint warning of cyber spies are targeting the health sector. So doctors, please be warned. Medical facilities, all of our friends and family out there. Of course, they're going to be targeting the health sector. And Warren Buffett kind of predicted this. You know, if you guys keep talking about Bill Gates and somebody else predicting this pandemic cyber thing, actually, if you go all the way back into David K. Johnston's the beginning of his career, he wrote about this as well, that we would experience a pandemic that would cause an economic crisis. So they're not, you know, everyone kind of has been predicting this, but Warren Buffett, he couldn't have said this any better. The most dangerous crime to mankind is cyber. It is more dangerous on humankind than any warfare that we will ever experience, including nuclear war. And the reason is that we rely 100% on our technical services. Every doctor has something a little bit bigger than this in their office now, like a tablet. And every bit of information goes in there about you. It's all tied into one network now. Some of them are sharing your medical information from one facility to another, which I had always wanted because I got tired of being sick and then going to a hospital and then having to repeat all of my medical problems from top to bottom and sharing all of my allergies when it could have all been tied into one system. So yes, there is a problem. I could have predicted, anyone in the cyber world could have predicted that hackers were going to go into the health sector because if they take it hostage, people are going to pay money. And a lot of people don't know this, but in ransomware, the reason why they were making so much money is 40% of the U.S. Americans pay it. Did you know that, Ankit? 40% of the U.S. Americans pay the ransom. Why? If we learn basic backup and redundancy, and if you just focus on what is the most important thing that when you get hit, what is the most important thing to you, and you learn the practices for that important thing, that ransomware guy, he ain't gonna bother you. I've had him hit me. I have had him hit me and catch me off guard. One was an internal employee, and he had access to all my computers, including my backup. So of course he got everything. He brought me to, I'm going to say it, he brought me to my knees. It's not a fun thing, but it was an internal situation. And did I get the FBI involved? Yes, I did get the FBI involved. Are there rules to get the FBI involved and to enforce? Yes, there are. If you want to know them, contact me. If you want some consulting on how to set yourself up so the FBI will get involved when your employee gets into your system, contact me. I'm a good consultant on that now. But the thing is that it's not as easy as you think. But I can walk you through the process now. I've had a lot of dealings with the FBI. Not where they were investigating me, but where they were investigating for me. So yes, you want to be able to set up your company and and eventually you're going to end up with an employee that might do this. I was told one time by someone who is pretty high up in the cybersecurity industry, 85% of the hacks in big corporations are internal. They're caused by internal, whether it's an accident or intentional. 85% of them are internal. And the reason is that they have access. So you want to make sure that nobody walks out with flash drives that were plugged into the computers in your company. We designed some tools that help protect your data at almost the highest level that you would want, but people don't want to pay for those tools. So fine, learn the practices. And that, again, I can consult you on. Or I can find somebody who can. I know some really good cybersecurity people who can consult you to protect you, almost to the point that, well, and again, it's always if somebody wants to get into your system, if they want into your data, they're going to figure it out. It's kind of like the thief, right? The lock is only to keep the honest people out. What do you have here? COVID-19 research under hacker attacks. US and UK warn, another article. Scroll down just a little bit. The US and UK are investigating hacking incidents against pharmaceutical companies. Hey, has Mohammed had this problem? Medical groups and universities involved in research related to the coronavirus. Advanced persistent threat groups, a term that refers to sophisticated hackers who are typically hacked by a nation state, are actively targeting organizations involved in both national and international COVID-19 responses, according to a joint alert from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can get somebody on about this. Cybersecurity and infrastructure security agencies and the UK National Cybersecurity Center. Hold on, I'm going to get a photo of this and send it to someone. Okay, so the APT hackers may seek to obtain intelligence on national and international healthcare policy or acquire sensitive data on COVID-19 related research. Okay, so I don't care that they obtain it. It's not intellectual property. We don't want COVID-19 research, vaccine research to become intellectual property. We need to be sharing it. What I care about is if they tamper with it and destroy the research intellectual information so that the people cannot continue to research. That's the problem I have, right? It's fine. You steal it, that's fine. I don't care. Don't tamper with it. And here's the thing, folks. This is what I think needs to happen. People who are hacking and intentionally with the intent to hack and cause danger and harm to people or to steal from them, I think we need to make enforcement laws that are very, very harshly punishable. I just think we need to make it. What do you think, Willie? Raise your hand. Yes or no?
Absolutely.
I think it needs to be very harsh. I mean, extraordinarily harsh. I think we need to send them to prison like we did the nonviolent pot smokers for life. I think they need to go to prison for life, and they cannot get immunity from any country. This needs to be a global lockdown on hackers. And again, personally, I don't care if you're hacking and stealing data. I really don't. That's the problem is when you're hacking and you're locking people out of their data so they cannot continue, or you're tampering with it so they cannot continue their research. That kind of hacker, whatever. But the hackers who are locking people out from their research, tampering with their research, they need to go to prison for life, period. Because you're tampering with my life, you're tampering with my friend's life, you're tampering with everything. I think that the reason why we're experiencing technical difficulties at a high bandwidth problem is I think that the hackers have figured out how to tie up our bandwidth, and they're the ones causing the bandwidth problem. There should not be a bandwidth problem that goes from my house to the curb. Shouldn't be a problem if that's a direct connect, right? But the problem is that the hackers have figured out how to send bots into all of this. Can we stop it? Yes, the network systems can. They claim they can't, but they can. We have test equipment that can isolate it. You can take a look at who's generating the most volume, and you can go in and say, hey, is this you, or did a hacker get into your servers, and are they generating the problem? And so I think people today, this is what I would advise, especially in cybersecurity world. Each of us need to go into our servers tonight. Each of us need to go into our servers, and we need to, if you have an online server, and we need to take a look at the bandwidth that we're generating for the last month. And if you see high spikes, then that means, and you know for a fact that you're not using that server, then you need to go in and reboot your whole server, every password. Because some servers like mine, I have a lot of passwords into my servers, into every tool that I use for my server. So you're going to have to reboot your whole server and contact your server and talk to them about it. Say, look, this is not me. We have a hacker in there, and that you can clean out that hacker, just like you can operate and pull them out. I also want to talk about, state, nation state hackers, nation state criminals. Can they exist? So I want to talk about this. So I was, I shouldn't talk about this, but I am. I was a honeypot 2 or 3 years ago to catch a particular kind of stalker hacker. For whatever reason, they liked my Facebook and Instagram. I was getting hit a lot. So was a lot of other women, mostly women. And they ended up being mostly people who were just looking for money. But I ended up finding people who were probably doing human trafficking. I left it up to the authorities. I pretty much just helped catch them. But majority of the hackers that I was able to catch into and that I figured out were not from the US. They were not from Russia. They were not from China and they were not from India. You're going to be shocked. And I'm not putting this country down, but it ends up going to where people become very desperate for money, and hacking becomes a solution. You can sit at home and do this all day if you're good at software and sitting at home, and people can come and hire you and they could pay you for pennies. They could teach you how to do this. So majority of it was coming out of Africa that year. Majority of the people we caught were coming out of Africa. Not to put Africa down, but it became a target for the main hackers because they could train these people to and pay them pennies. And then the main hacking company, this is it's organized crime, people. It's like a government, right? You got your main guy, your leader, who probably makes billions of dollars a year. He trains his minions, and his minions go out and they hire people who can do this at a high volume for pennies in poor countries. That's the way it works. And that's how it's been working. So we found the low end hackers that were sending out all of these messages to draw people in were coming out of Africa that year. It changes every year. It rotates. One year we caught everybody in Russia. Another year it was caught in low end New York. Sorry, but it was. Where are the best hackers? I just spoke to a cybersecurity guy. He said there is a massive attack going on. They are trying to defend. They were expecting it. And Kit, where? And what is it in the we got somebody going live coming in. Hey, going live. So anyway, where is it at? Is it in the health industry? Hey, Mark. How's it going? We're having extreme technical difficulties because hackers around the world have used up the bandwidth. So personally, I think the hackers have taken the network hostage by filling it up so much that they're utilizing the bandwidth. So let me tell you how to stop it. First off, what they do is they know how to get into each individual online server. So even if you have a simple online server where you keep your website, there's a way to go in. Like I can go into mine. I'm not going to tell you where it's at, but I know every hacker in the world knows where mine is. So you can go into it and you should be able to look at the usage rate. And I'm talking about not the incoming usage rate where people are coming in. You can look at the data usage rate. And that's what you want to look at. Now, your own site, your own company, the people who own your server company, if it's a cloud server, they should be monitoring this too. Maybe we can have a talk with them, but they don't listen. They're actually from other countries and they don't really listen to this. You would have to talk to the presidents of those companies. But they will tell you sometimes when you're utilizing too much. But I think what's happening is these cyber attackers have gotten into each individual system and they're generating stuff off of each individual system out, utilizing the bandwidth. And you could easily take the networks hostage. I've always said if you wanted to take our country down, you're not going to take our guns away with this, but you can take our networks down really easy. It's real easy. In fact, we've been setting ourselves up to be taken down. And I have been preaching this over and over. Nobody will listen to me. And it's because each of our telephone companies outsourced all of our interactive customer service departments to other countries. So each of those other countries have the ability to turn each line off and on. I'm going to tell you how to do it. So what happens now is if a really rich person who wanted to take us all down, they would go make a deal with each one of these companies and say, okay, take them all down at the same time. Yeah, I'm going to tell you how to do it. Why? I'm going to tell you how to do it so our government gets off their butt and fix this problem so it doesn't happen. So that's the science fiction story of how you take down America or any other country. You go find out where the customer service departments are because they're all outsourced somewhere else, and you shut down the telephone networks. Because once you cut off the communications, and people can't communicate, then they can't protect themselves. It's called divide and conquer. Unfortunately, a lot of the really smart people in our industry, we utilize an old backup system that you can't hack into and take down that easy. I'm not going to say you can't take down, but you can't take it down that easy. You would have to go into each individual facility and take it down. And then there's one more backup system that the old timers like me have and use, but I haven't fired mine up in a while, and that's called a radio tower, right? And if a country was smart, they would have a matrix system of radio towers put into their country, and then they could communicate no matter how many of the radio towers were taken down if you have the right matrix built. But nobody wants to invest in equipment that much. They want technology to make their lives smaller and easier, not, oh, we got to have all of this other equipment out there. But there are ways to do it. So I want everyone to go into your system. I want you to take a look and see, are you using a lot of data? Is it showing that you're using a lot of data? If you are, but you're not really, then I want you to go in and you're going to have to reset all of your passwords. You're going to have to talk to your server provider and get that bot out of there. You're going to have to clean it out. And once you get that cleaned out, then the bandwidth stops getting used. And I really believe that that's what's happening. I think the hackers have figured it out, and they're taking the bandwidth hostage. Ankit and I have kind of witnessed this through a YouTuber. And Ankit showed me that he is a fake YouTuber, but he's figured out how to get out there and get a lot of people. When you're out doing all of this, you're using up bandwidth. So let's get more info. Main target is COVID-19. Yeah, but hashtag COVID-19. So how are they attacking hashtag? Hashtag is just a means to route data. How are they attacking it? See, it seems they don't want people to talk. It seems they don't want people to talk around the world and share the best practices. So who is they, Ankit? Can you tell me, is they the law enforcement or is they the hackers? This is kind of interesting to do this show. And Willie, thank you for being my other face, even though you can't talk. Every once in a while, text me something, Willie, and I'll share it. But Willie's my face support because I don't like to be by myself. So let's see. They are attacking website companies using hashtag COVID-19 because they cannot do it in one system at a time. That's what I told you guys. So, okay, folks, this is what we need to do. And I guess I'm going to have to do it too, but it's going to take some work. Hackers, and I don't be surprised if they are from that world. I hope we know. So, all right. I'm going to tell you, some of these hackers might be people that have been hired and work for some of these companies. Willie's coming in clear on Nick's end, but in listen mode only. Oh, yeah. Okay, Nick. Got it. So there you go. Say hi, Willie.
Hi.
So you're still bouncing. All right, Nick. But thank you, Nick, for your support. We're just, what? I think this is a virus, like it cleared up for me in 2 days. So I think that, Willie, do me a favor. Yes. Next to your little dashboard at the bottom of the screen, do you see a little thing that says having issues, ?
Having issues, ? Nope.
So you have your dashboard where it says mute, stop, camera.
Yes.
But nothing beside it that says having issues.
Yes.
Click on that. So I want you to chat with Yardstream and get them chatting with you. Just tell them you're having popping audio noises and see if by chatting back with you, if it clears you up, just like it did for me. I'm just testing this. Okay. Get them to chat with you a lot, not a little bit, a lot. So, okay. So, Ankit, what other information do you have for me? Hackers, don't be surprised if they are from that world. I hope we know. You can't name the resource. Can you name the industry? So I haven't drank anything all morning. So I want people to know, I think that the hackers actually started hitting the main TV networks because I received a text yesterday that, or not a text, a phone call asking me if we were having bandwidth problems and going down when we had a certain volume of viewers. And although it only looks like we have a few viewers up here, but folks, that's just my Facebook. We have other Streamline places, and we have about 100,000 viewers, and we have yet to go down. And I think it's because we spread ours out. We don't pipe all of ours into into one section. So we spread ours out. And I think that's, well, we got another kind of platform that we use. So I think that's the reason why we haven't been going down like other places. Our audio is going down, but that's not because of our platform. I think that's because the hackers have gotten into the bandwidth. So I think what we need to do is flush them out like you use Drano, right? You just got to find the pipes, clean your pipes out. So Willie, talk. Are you texting with them?
Yes, I am.
Get them texting a lot. Get them talking to you. As soon as they start talking to you, let's see if it cleans you up. So anyway, what have we got? Hackers are using COVID-19 disruption to infiltrate corporate networks. All right, that's Mumbai. Cyber attacks on Indian companies has doubled in the past few days. Didn't I predict this? I predicted this in the beginning that the cyber hackers were going to get in. They always do this. The team that underlocked the study found out that there were 2 primary sustained waves in February, after which the attack volumes fell back into a medium level. So what they were probably doing was preparing. You know, when you're getting ready for war, you're going to, like the Trojans, right? You're going to build your horse. And that's why I think one of the big cyber attacks that we had, it was called the Trojan. So they were building their horses. So again, I'm going to tell people, hackers have like a cult club, a community, and they hire people who are desperate and need money. They don't pay them a lot. So that's how they get a lot infiltration. They pay people, say $1 a day to sit, and all this person does all day long is go into systems and key in over and over routine passwords until they unlock one. And it's exhausting. It is very, very exhausting, Mark. Hey,
I'm here.
So are we popping?
Can you hear me, Kim?
Can y'all hear me?
Mark?
Yes.
Mark's popping too. So I'm the one who cleaned up the virus. I'm not quite sure, other than I had 2 days of I could not say a word. So apparently my virus came and went. I think the virus is in everyone's pipe. And I want to tell you what, you can ask Ankit. I spent 2 days of all kinds of problems. I had people hacking into my emails. I had just 2 days of heck, right, Ankit? I was taking pictures and showing it. Ankit, people were hacking into my emails and everything. At that point, I decided not to go in and redo all my passwords. What I decided to do was to see if they would go all the way in and I could catch them. And again, here's what's bad about our laws. I want to so bad send a reverse bot back into their system. I want to do that so bad, but that's against the law. And if I'm caught doing that, even though they're the bad guys, if they turn me in for sending them a virus, I get arrested. They probably won't get arrested, even though they sent millions of people viruses and stole millions of money. Even if I were working from the law side, we are not allowed. This is what we were. I sat in a cybersecurity. We have classes now, which I don't think you need classes, but cybersecurity classes, there are ethics. And I raise my hand and I go, there should not be an ethics law in cybersecurity. If we're going to fight them, this is war. We can't be ethical. We have to be just like them. Ethical back words, though, ethical to the people who hire us and ethical to our public and citizens. But if we're fighting an enemy, you got to fight with everything you have. We were told if we sent a virus back to them, we would be arrested. So I can't sit there and go, okay, go ahead and get all my files. And one of these, when you open it, it's going to blow you up. I can't do that. Just like in your house, if you put a device in your house that the same, you say you had a robber coming in same day, every day or every week or whatever, and you put a trap in there, say a dog that's going to eat them up and tear them to pieces. If you did that with the intent to tear that robber to pieces, you're going to jail and you're going to pay his medical bills and probably his life bills. They're going to sue you. They can sue you. So the same theory goes with the cyber world, apparently. If we infect a cyber terrorist, even though we know he's a cyber terrorist, if we infect them, we're in trouble. So, so the laws don't work in why? Why don't they work?
So Kim, it sounds like it's.
Can you text me and I'll
Kim, it sounds like if you invite the let me turn that down. It sounds like if you invite the robber into the house, you can't kick the robber out.
Willie can't name. So can you text me, Mark, what you're saying? Go into private, and I've been repeating it.
Yeah, I can do
really
that.
thank all of you for dialing in and being support, because it's hard to be on here by yourself. So that's why I kept trying to dial in the other day and just cut my sound off, because I hope that if I could just be at face value in text and help control things. So live updates, COVID-19 cybersecurity alerts. Folks, listen up. Hackers see any major event as an opportunity for sabotage, manipulation, and the global spread of COVID-19 is a prime example of this. So let me tell you something about hackers. They are like a leech, okay? They feed on your weakness, just like COVID. Hackers are COVID. They feed on a weak immune system, and we have a weak immune system in our cyber world. It's very weak. It's very open. People don't know this. Actually, Scarlett, I wish Scarlett was here, but she wouldn't be able to talk. Scarlett would love me for this. 5G has no security. Absolutely no security. We have, and they don't want us to tell anyone about this, but when they launched 5G, and that might be our big problem right now, when they launched 5G, it has absolutely no security. It is open to the hacker world, probably intentionally, so that people who were building cybersecurity tools could sell more tools. You have to remember that industries are designing themselves to be what? Scalable, and to have more things to sell you. Disposable and sellable are what you need. So it's called residual. So it's not really called residual income, people. Residual income is honest. It's like me selling you a phone service every month and you pay me monthly for the phone service. Well, what they're doing is selling you stuff that breaks in a month, or but it's disposable. You throw it away and you get a new one. They're selling you things that you have to buy more tools to. The government was great about this. I think they started this platform. They would have a bidding system and have a bidding war, and people would be bidding, and some guy would come in and just low bid everyone like crazy. What happened was you weren't bidding apples to apples. Okay. You were bidding apples to not apples, like apples to the apple seed. So what would happen is they came in and they didn't have all the features that made the product work. It was just the product. But now the government would have got, well, we can't go back and say we're wrong. They're not going to cancel that order because it probably took them 6 months to accept the bid. So this guy gets to come in, they make a new budget, which now, wow, we're pretty smart here. We get a new budget. And so now they get a new budget for more money and they can buy more products. So now they buy all the features to make that product work. So I think the government actually started this bad system. So now you got these people going out there and they go, okay, we're going to sell you a product. Now we're going to sell you a product that can be hacked. All right. But we're going to sell you the product. Now we're going to sell you the anti-hacking tool to go with it. All right. So Microsoft does this. All right. And people hated me to come in, but it was always my belief that the people selling the bigger cybersecurity tools, which, one of the doctors that I work with is going to be very angry at me for saying this if he's listening. I always believed that those guys had hackers going out there every day for the people who were not buying the tool or renewing the tool got hacked. And I proved this a few times with some of the computers in my office, and the I would stop buying the tool, and all of a sudden I'd get hacked. Well, how did every hacker in the world out there know I stopped buying the tool? They didn't. The only person who knew I stopped buying that tool was the person who sold me that tool. So, it was easy for me to figure out that the people who were selling the tools were probably doing the hacking. The other was that I learned that most of the most of the hacking tools are not reverse engineerable. In other words, adaptable. In other words, a hacker is going to make everything for current technology. So it was getting into the new computers, but my older computers that were in my office, I could never get the virus into them. I would catch a virus and see if it would go into any of my other systems, and it would not go into my Windows 98 or back, right? And so, I had to scratch my head on that, and then I said, well, why waste your money going into older systems? So these are interesting things that you need to know about hackers, which we're going to be bringing on board some cybersecurity people, if we can get them to talk. They will be joining us. They're going to be starting their own shows. Privacy. We're going to have a world famous person who does privacy, and some world famous anti-hackers. But let's continue this. So, since the first news stories broke, cyber crimes have been active with malware, phishing campaigns using coronavirus themed lures. In light of this, Cyware has created the reason to collect and share live updates on the latest COVID-19 related threat intelligence alerts, malware attacks, phishing attacks, scams, and more. We are actively working to keep this page updated and accurate in order to ensure that it's timely and relevant for as many people as possible. And again, scroll down to May 6th. What are the sensitive data is building up enterprise devices and at-risk admin. So people, let me explain to you. First off, if you're a company, a hospital, quickly, if you've installed this, because we talked to many hospitals over the years, quickly switch over to your VPN. Please switch over to technology that does not connect to anything outside. And do not allow any of your employees to use their cell phones in the hospital. All right. Switch off and switch over to your virtual private network if you can. Some hospitals were reconverting all of their systems, their IT department, to be able to have virtual private network again, because actually people don't know this, but a lot of our local hospitals, UNC Chapel Hill, they have been hacked over and over and over for the last 10 years. So the IT departments were going to extreme measures. My thing is if you have extremely confidential data, then you need to be going into a virtual private network bubble in your facility, period. And there's ways to do that and still be able to get outside information, right? Because we still like to share information. But what you do is you put everything on a virtual private network. Then you take that information. Okay, I'm sharing you my secret. Oh my God, this is a multi-billion-dollar secret. I'm not going to share it. Sorry, guys, you're going to have to pay me for it. But anyway, switch over to your virtual private network bubble. If you don't have one, you can contact someone, or I'll get you in contact with someone, because I'm not going to have time to tell you how to do it now. But it's there. Do it. All right. So all of the medical centers need to be switching over to a virtual private network bubble. Stop letting your people come into the office with this. These are the biggest open doors. What people don't understand about your phone is the Bluetooth is open. And the Bluetooth can connect to every one of your devices without you asking it to. All right. And now your Bluetooth is open to what? A hacker. A hacker is not going to have to be near your facility, right? Because that Bluetooth opened up the door to everything that is in your facility that had a Bluetooth on it, like your computer. So your older computers are the safest. So if you have older computers and you can convert back to them, that would be the smartest thing to do. Telecom industry, they never throw away their equipment. They just kind of seem to build new buildings and keep their old equipment. one of the reasons is that if an attack happens, they can revert back to their old equipment. Kid you not, I think we can go all the way back to a step switch if we had to. I don't know if they've kept them over the years, but they did for a long time. I actually still have switchboards for the final emergency. So, or at least they did for a very, very long time. Now I haven't been into a network switch in a while to evaluate whether they still kept that old of equipment. But that equipment would never die. It would live forever. It didn't need batteries. It didn't need a lot of electricity. I always say the tin can with the string, folks. There are all different kinds of technology out there, radio technology that hackers cannot get into. But right now, my advice, and I'll bring on a cybersecurity expert. I'll see if he'll come on tomorrow. He's one of the world's best cybersecurity experts. I would advise to switch over to your virtual private network immediately. That would prevent a lot of these open source hackers. No personal devices into the facility. And if you need to share technology, you collect all of your data in your virtual private network. Then you save it to something, and then you carry that over if you have to a device that connects outside, that shares your data with everyone else. And we're going to have to go to the old fashioned clipboard, or if you can, let your doctors put everything into their the facility device, right? But don't turn off the Bluetooth, turn off everything. Turn off the Wi-Fi, turn off the Bluetooth, and just let them do their work, and then let them bring it in and download it. And that's going to be the safest way right now. What else I was saying it was like inviting the robber into the house. Yes, you're right, Mark. It is. You might as well okay. So I'm going to have to get my pitch deck and find it and bring it over to this computer and share with you my simple pitch deck. Everybody would laugh at me, but then I would have really big influential people come up to me and go, can I borrow that? So I teach it on elementary terms. It's the big bad wolf, right? It's the big bad wolf. If you ever read the Three Little Pigs, right? And the first pig built his house out of, hay, and the big bad wolf blew it down. So it's just like cybersecurity the same way. How did you build your house, right? So the big bad wolf then goes to the next house, and it's built out of 6. He had to huff and puff a little bit harder, but he still breached it and got in. So then the third house is built out of brick. It's built out of all these other things. But he did one more thing, right? He had it so the wolf goes, okay, fine, I'm going to get in this way. I'm going to climb up the roof and go down the chimney. What was waiting for him? Pot of boiling water. So something that our government doesn't listen to, because they like to cut corners, and we know this. They'll cut corners on our military, so that when they're driving vehicles that they think are safe for them to drive and will protect them, won't. I'm putting them down. But you know what? The date is there. It happened. So what I'm saying is they cut corners. They don't want to do what telecom had to do for many, many years, and that was to block out the wolf. See, we were trained. We were trained with the strictest, most toughest regulations in the world as telecom. Datacom came in and they opened the door. They opened the door for innovation, right? But when you do that, you open the door for a criminal. You welcome them in. And they knew this, but there are ways to stop it. There's equipment out there that can test certain thresholds. You know when a crook is out there. They just don't want to waste the money to do that. They would rather punish you, the innocent victim who owns Target that gets hit, and say, shame on you. You didn't upgrade your cyberware. So we're going to punish you and make you pay us millions of dollars. But then where did that $1 million go? See, they won't tell you where they're spending that money. So why are they spending that money on better protection for the world? They're not. Who pocketed that money? I've asked that several times at cyber conferences. Who's pocketing the money? Where's it going? Why isn't it going back to paying anti-hackers? It's not. And of course, I'm probably going to get shot tonight for bringing this up. So if I end up not on the show tomorrow, you know why. I just kind of opened the door to the big bad wolf is really our government. Because if you don't enforce and build the better house, build the house with enforcement, you've invited the worst criminal in, and he's going to eat you up. And that's the big bad wolf. And the big bad wolf has been in a lot of our stories, right? Red Riding Hood was another one. So you got to take a look at our stories. Our stories have prepared us for this for our whole lifetime. I'm sure Ankit's got stories of his childhood stories that prepare you for the big bad wolf. And so I teach this from saying the hacker is the big bad wolf. And if you don't have your house prepared right, he's just going to come in and eat you. But our governments didn't do that. We got lazy. We got greedy and lazy. Let's do it that way. Greedy and lazy. So, and the other thing is that majority of the tools that you're forced to buy, like PCI compliance, right? All right, we all got to buy these tools, right? If you don't buy these tools, you're going to get fined. So you better buy the tools. And if you don't maintain buying these tools and you get hacked, you're going to get fined. But then all of a sudden I go, if I stop buying the tools and I get hacked, how did the hacker know I stopped buying the tools? So I think the hackers are the people who created the answer. The solution. Yeah, I do. And I bring this up at every cyber conference. That's why a lot of companies don't sponsor me, because I'm not politically correct. I don't get a lot of tool companies sponsoring me because I teach, if you do this, then any tool will work. Right? But pick a tool because you have to. The law says you have to. But if you do this, you really don't need it. So Nankit knows my practices and what to do. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. Sometimes I get slack and lazy and I don't want to do it because it's practices and disciplines. It's a little bit of work every day. And if you get a little lazy and somebody catches you, then, you lose. And sometimes you think you're doing right. Like I used to always back everything up. But if you have an internal hack who is an internal employee that's angry at you and he has access to all of your stuff, then you're screwed. So, you can't stop that. People say, to protect your house, you buy a gun, right? Okay, you bought a gun. So when the guy comes in, you kill her, or the girl, or the bad guy comes in, you kill them. But you can't stop them from coming in. And I'm going to tell you what, it's not fun killing someone. Just because you killed somebody who was going to kill you, that's going to live with you forever. It just is. Police officers have to live with that torture when they kill someone, even though if it's them or the other person, that's a haunting thing to have to take with you. So, do the best you can. Lock your doors, right? But again, I'm telling you guys today, if we're having this problem as a team, we're going to have to pull together. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to go look at your cloud server. Go take a look at your cloud server. All right. Are you getting a lot of use out of it, but you're not doing anything? Is there a lot of data usage spiking throughout the day? See, these guys know how to go in and steal a penny from you every week from your bank, right? And they'll steal a penny every week from a bank. Oh, this guy really doesn't do anything about it. And then one day they're going to come in, they're going, oh, wow, we got easy access. And they're going to just come in and wipe your bank account clean because they practiced a little bit, right? Well, they're going to do the same thing with data usage. They're going to come in, they're going to spike a little bit every day. Not a lot, but a little. Then one day they're going to spike a whoop, and then wait a few days. Then because that way they're not alarming anyone. They're measuring their threshold. Then they're going to do this for everyone. So it's not easy to catch unless you're going, and I don't go in every day and check my thresholds. I just don't. I don't have the time. I got too many servers. So but there are tools out there. If you're a company, there are tools out there that can actually measure that for you and generate an alert. It costs money, or you can just, we all know this is happening, and let's catch the boogers. And when we catch them, Let's punish them. And I mean, really punish them. Just because I don't think they're doing it for our good. They're bored. Some of them are doing it to prove they can, and others are doing it for money. And Kit, is it all going out as ransomware?
All right,
We're not going to be able to hear her. I've tried that.
Because we think her baby is messing up the total mic system. They always take precedent. It's
We
fine.
can't hear her. We're going to have to pull out. She's vibrating.
Is adorable, but now
So what you can do is her story down there, and I can read it. And you'll have to excuse me. I drink a lot normally, but I'm going to be drinking a lot today. It's not tequila, but I'm going to go dry throat. But I promised Nick I wouldn't let the show drop today. So, I get some kind of...
Get some water too.
What happened, Mark?
Can you pull it up and I'll read it? Can you pull it up?
I put it on the link.
I want somebody to get me a lot of these for keeping the show going today. This is my ransom. This is my ransom. Cheers to you. Thank you, Mark. I want to thank my team for having my back. I want to thank my team for having my back today because it's hard to be on
water.
Yeah, lots of water. It's hard to be on the screen by yourself. It really is. So if you guys can text me stuff, I will I'll try to read it. I miss Willie. Willie only comes on once a week now because he finally got his business really kicking, and I'm so happy for him. But this is a person you need to listen to. This is why I wanted Willie on today, because today's startup day is that he never stops. Like, he's always got his many different things going. And through COVID, he managed to get his company to just do this. And I want people to hear that story. I want to hear people to hear his version of what it took him to get there. Great job. Oh, I love you too. Big heart. Thank you. Got my fan club. So the main target is hashtag COVID-19. So folks, let's stop using hashtag COVID-19. Let's stay away from some practices here. Let's stay away from anything that says COVID-19. And Kit, we will stop posting COVID-19 on our promotions. Okay, we'll become a solution. We're going to become a solution. So people, let's find a new hashtag and let's register it, Ann Kit. We know how to register a hashtag, right? So, yeah. So like I own hashtag call me crazy. I own it. I registered it 10 years ago. So anyway, hashtag call me crazy. Let's find something. Let's hashtag solutions or hashtag, what can we do? I think hashtag Corona is not right. But let's find something new that we can all relate to what we're going through right now. But what I'd like to do is, as a worldwide community, let's talk about enforcing cyber laws. The reason why these guys do this is because they get away with it, period. We punish the victims. We don't punish the criminals. And they don't hunt down the criminals. You know why? Because the victims are supposed to have insurance, and the insurance covers everything. It's just like when your house gets broken into, right? As long as you got insurance, why are we going to chase the guy down? You get to recover everything. So the victim is twice the victim. I'm actually writing a book on this. I've been writing it for a long time and never finished it. So the victims are twice the victim. It's just like if you become a victim of rape or domestic violence, you get they arrest the person, but now you're drugged through court and the burden of proof is on you. So we don't make the criminals accountable. We don't even scare them. They're not even afraid of getting caught. I'm telling you right now, no country, I don't know of any country that punishes the cyber criminals when they catch them. And Kit, do they punish them in your country? No. So Mark, how about our country? Do they punish them? I don't ever hear about it. No. So I mean, what how are we supposed to do this? So hashtag life after C solutions. There you go. There you go. We've got I need to get the lady I was on the phone with last night. She's really big in media, and she actually contacted me and wanted to beat me up a little bit so we look better. It's called constructive criticism, and sometimes it hurts, but she means well, and I love her very much, and I'm happy that she watches and gives the input that she does. So I had to come into Haiti Heritage Center because we are having repair work being done. Plaster being fixed today, and last week AC was being fixed. So you're at your office today. So Mark is joining us from Go Live.
Yes.
And he's actually drinking water with me, so I don't have to be on here drinking water by myself. And thank you guys. So one of the things we really try to inspire and influence is get a lot of hydrate your body, right? Get a lot of hydration, healthy hydration. I start off with a big glass of lemon juice every day, no sugar, just pure lemon. I drink it straight. So a lot of water. And then I fill this up as many times as I can. I drink a pot full of tea every day. But hydration, the doctors have told us that this helps flush out any virus anyway. One of my doctors many, many years ago, I was really scared of, I think it was the bird flu. And I asked him, I go, why are people dying of the flu? I was just so upset about it. And he said, Kim, people are dying, one, because they're not getting to the hospital soon enough. Like they wait too long. But the main reason is they all dehydrated. They were dehydrated. So even if you're so sick, you're throwing up, diarrhea, and you're not holding anything down, one of the tricks I learned is just drop water into your mouth and just and keep it close, into your cheeks too if you can, but drop the water into your mouth as much as you can. But hydration is the key to survival of any virus. So, boy, that scared me right there. I'm like, well, I should be drinking water all the time anyway. So, but it's harder when you're sick. Even when I was running a fever these 4 weeks, it was very hard for me to drink the water every day for some reason. But Ankit would challenge me because he would keep pulling up his drink. And then I would go, oh, yeah, I need to keep drinking. I think I survived whatever virus I had those 4 weeks purely, just by getting a lot of hydration and going out into the sun. Like the doctors kept saying, get into the sunshine, absorb as much sunshine as you can. I eat healthy normally, but whatever it was I was sick with would not go away. But it feels like it has now. So hashtag don't mess with the kids cyberbullying.
Can you hear me now? Hey, it seems better.
I can't hear you now, but guys, you know what? Mark, just nod your head up or down or answer. Am I still invited to be on your show Monday?
Yes, you are.
So, guys, I'm going to be on Mark's show on Monday. And we're, Ankit, if you could put up where his show is at so everybody can see. I think Mark is kind of doing a Mother's Day special kind of thing, but also he's invited me to be on his show. And I'm so excited that somebody invited me to be on the show. And Nick spelled your name wrong, but he said, hello, Mark. So you're loved on this show. Anyway, so we got comments coming in, but I'm not having time to read all of the comments. We need to cover that. We are covering the cybersecurity alerts as fast as we can. But Nick, here's the thing, guys. We're not going to stop just because cyber terrorists are ruining our day. This is what it takes: resilience when you have a startup, and when you have a new business, or when you have a TV show and somebody's trying to knock you down. Again, I had this problem 2 days ago, so maybe in 2 days, all of this will be gone for you guys. Some of the things that I did remove all of my apps on my computers. I cleaned most of my cache. I don't like to clean all of my cache, but I cleaned most of my cache. And what else did I do? I shut off Zoom. I completely shut off Zoom. Nothing against Zoom, but I think it was just pulling, the app itself was pulling power, that maybe it was driving things crazy. But other tools are working. What I noticed is no matter what computer I used in my office, I had the same problem. So I knew it wasn't my computer, but I still cleaned all of that up. But I think as a world, we're going to have to hashtag pandemonium. Oh my God. You guys like to challenge my speaking skills, right? Like I have problems with pronouncing words. Let's see. And Nick likes one of them that I say all the time. And now I can't even think of it, but he'll bring it up to me. But he says, say that word again. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I see hashtag life in the new normal. So we were talking about this last night, my friend and I, who's big in media. I'm not going to mention her name, but she's wanting to start something with us is the reason why she called. I was really excited. I was like, oh my God, you want to start something with us? Oh my God. So, cause she's big, so anyway, so we've got, her calling and going, wow, I want to work with you guys. So, but she's giving me some tips and we're warming up to the idea of what we're going to be doing. But she was coming up with some things too. We were playing this hashtag game last night. And she said that we're not going to a new normal, Kim. It's not going to be a new normal. It's a new abnormal. There's nothing normal about where we're going. So, and it's going to be new, but it's going to be totally abnormal. We're just going to have to get over it. And I'm like, you're right.
Oh, wow, I just got off.
Yeah,
I just got off a call.
So, www.blogtalkradio.com/squared SQUARED 807. Ankit's put it up, folks. That's where I'm going to be Monday, right? 7 to 9. Monday, 7 to 9, 7-11, 7 to 9. We're going to be live with Mark, and we're going to have a good time because I don't ever get invited.
Yep, as well, but we just have a good old time.
I haven't been on another talk show in so long. This is going to be fun. I am excited. Thank you. I've been on Alexandra's talk show, but I just help her kick it off. Usually I just kind of help open and say hi and drop in and out, but now don't even do that. So this is going to be fun. And I'm honored. Oh my gosh. This guy is like, he's got a good fan base. He's been doing this a lot longer than I have. And I'm so honored. So folks, please join us next week, Monday. And, but Mark, I hope that you're going to, if you have to drop off today, when you'll be there, I hope that you come back tomorrow. Hopefully things are working because tomorrow's podcaster day and we'll try to redo this. So what is it like where you're at? You just text me. You had to go into the office. What was the traffic? What was it like going into the office? This is interesting.
I'll tell you, it was very quiet.
Mark's like me. He's used to talking. So
yep.
It was very quiet. It is, isn't it? It's a weird quiet.
Yeah, it is.
I get a little blown away when I go outside. Actually, what's weird, though, is it's been dead quiet for a month. And I'm talking about no traffic on the highway, which is way far away from here, but we can hear it sometimes. And now I can hear, oh, wow, look at you. You could. Most of the issues are a result of enhanced usage. Facebook saw a 44% increase in usage last month and over 200% increase in video streaming, which is why we've actually been booted off of Facebook with our TV show several times through live streaming. I have to go in and reset it all the time. They go through and they boot everybody off, and then you have to reinitiate. They are having a hard time keeping up with the demand. Small platforms like StreamYard cannot keep up with the new demand. It takes the funding, resources, right? But I pay my bill. Facebook is free, but I pay my bill. I put up with those stupid commercials. No, they're not stupid, folks. When you got a commercial, you worship them. You're so thankful. I appreciate commercials. Like, I recognize them totally different than probably the rest of the world does, and what I used to. I respect them a lot. When you get a sponsor, you realize how important they are to you, but you also realize that a lot of these things that people are advertising are things that you need and you don't have to go out driving around shopping for. Additionally, make sure you have anyone who is going on camera to have 100 megabits of upstream bandwidth prior to allowing them on the virtual meeting. Mark, can you type to me, do you know how much bandwidth? You're at the office, so your bandwidth should be rocking. But what is your bandwidth usually?
I'm not even sure of that.
Free check by Google. Oh, so Ankit, post the done. Folks, you can go to Google and test your bandwidth. I haven't had to do that in a long time. I live out in the middle of nowhere, so if the only time I had issues is when they built 2 schools out here, and I had to go out there and say, "Hey guys, you got to readjust my bandwidth because I pay for a lot." I pay for a lot. I mean, I used to own a T1. I mean, how many people have ever owned a T1, a full T1? But I got rid of it because it was costing me $700 a month.
Wow.
But not a lot of traffic on the road. This is from Mark. I actually catch mass transit. Aw, way to go. You do the mass transit. We actually have a mass transit system. It's not available to everyone like New York. And there were like 4 people on the bus. Oh, then that's sad. But we can't have a lot of people right now. Not until we learn how to wear masks and protect the world when we get into a group. Okay, so Kim, did you realize we are not facing any internet issues today, but we are still facing issues? Yes, Ankit. I've noticed that you and I are not dropping. Right? Usually Ankit and I are beaming in and out. And the only issue that we have, I seriously think we're going to, if everyone can spread the word to go into if you have private servers, to go into your private servers and take a look at the data usage. Odds are hackers got into each one of our private servers. And so what they do is they can generate data usage without you knowing it. And if they're doing it to everyone at the same time, they're bringing down the bandwidth. They've taken control of the bandwidth. And we can stop them. We can stop them just by going into our private cloud servers and take a look at our data usage. If it's higher than what you know that you're normally using, if you see certain spikes, notify your server, clean out your server yourself. You'll have to reset all of your passwords and take a look and see if there's a ghost in there. They might have gone in and created their own user ID for their own email address. They might have just put a bot in there, so it's sitting there, and you're just going to have to look. I haven't had to do this in a long time, but I did notice. I will tell the world. I took pictures of it. I showed Ankit. Somebody was hacking into all of my emails, every one of them. I have a lot of them. And they were hacking into all of my emails yesterday and Monday. So all of this actually happened in the last 48 hours. I don't care what anyone said. They may have been planning it. But let's see. I think it might be network ISP. Yeah. I know that's not what you were talking about. But yes, we have ghosts. We do. The virus is a ghost, right? They've been calling the virus a ghost because people, normally when you have a virus, you know it the day you have a symptom, right? You might have had it for 24 hours, but we know that you can have this virus for 14 days before you have a symptom. That's kind of scary. We do in North Carolina, and Mark might disagree with me, but in the old buildings, we have ghosts. It could be just that the old building's old and it creaks a lot, but the building's making noises, right? It's talking to you, probably telling you stories, or
they make noises. We hear dancing.
Yeah, my bones.
We have it all.
My bones are hurting. You hear the old music from days gone by coming out of the walls sometimes. Yeah. I think we painted the walls so many times that the music bleeds through, right? There was a beautiful story in one of the old homes downtown. They were renovating it. They found letters in the walls. So somebody had, I guess, hidden in the walls their old letters that they were receiving from somebody. And then that wall had been wallpapered over a lot over the years. And then somebody went in and cleaned out and kind of gutted out and put up new walls, and they found all of these letters. So yes, our buildings in North Carolina are full of ghosts. You just have to listen.
No doubt about that.
I hear footsteps.
Yep.
I kid
Actually,
you not. I had a young girl come in and help me
Yep.
keep the house. And
actually, we had a old pipe organ here, and the pipe organ, behind the pipe organ, was all kinds of programs, and there might have been some letters too, but they were definitely old church. We first moved into the building some 20, 30 years ago.
I'm gonna tell you what, ghosts love pipes because they can make noise blowing through them, right? The wind can make noise blowing through them. And I have not even a really old house, but probably many ghosts that live here because of what was here before. And interesting enough, I've had a young girl. I talk about the ghosts that float around. I see them and hear them sometimes, feel them. They'll turn the TVs on and off just because they can. And I'm not making this up. I've got people who will testify. They're not scary. But I had a young girl that would help me clean the house. And I said, sometimes when I mop the floor upstairs, I see these little footsteps walking across the wet floor. So one day she comes running down. Kim, oh my God, the ghost is here. And I go, what? She goes, I see the footsteps. I see them. And they're little feet. They look just like little feet, but it's like it's not a kid's foot. I feel like it's probably my mom's bare feet. But they're just walking across the clean floor, right? And we didn't do it. And but she did. She came to get me. And I go, there's nothing to be scared of. This ghost is not a bad ghost. But whatever it is, I know a lot of people think I'm crazy. Whatever it is, it does exist in my life. And I'm not afraid of it because none of them have ever hurt me. They do make noise around here. They like to make noise in our alarm system. So out of the blue, our alarm system will just go. And I'm used to cleaning. I know you're supposed to clean your alarm system because we did this in the telephone office. We had to clean our halon system a lot because dust would make it go off, right? So you don't want dust to be making it go off. So, you test your batteries and stuff. But old buildings in general, they're like humans, right? They got creaky bones and they make noise when the wind blows.
In India.
Yeah. That's what it is here in the South. Sometimes it's that tree that grew high enough it could tap the window, right? But you don't know that because you think it's a ghost. That's what's fun about ghost stories. And but sometimes it gets in your mind. And so, of course, tonight, every noise I hear, I'm going to know, oh, my God.
Did you ever hear the ghost story about the train over there in the mountains that's supposed to, I think, still goes from? It's a North Carolina mountain story, but there's a train that's supposed to run through constantly in North Carolina, so but nobody ever sees the train.
See, and then there's old Joe, the guy who fell off the train, I guess lost his head, and they say that you can see his light. It's I got all of the North Carolina stories. My dad was big into that when I was a little girl, and we would drive out there late at night and sit and wait. Like this was our thing to do late at night, right? My dad, I loved being with him because it wasn't much about TV, even though we did probably have one of the first TV sets in our area and everything. But we would drive out and just sit all night waiting for old Joe to come out and be swinging his light, going up and down the tracks. And he would take us to, have you ever heard of Lovely Linda, which is out by High Point? Lovely Linda, the girl from the prom who got hit by a car. She comes out and she'll ask drivers to take her home near the time of her death. She'll be standing out there hitchhiking. She'll ask drivers to take her home, and drivers will take her to the house. And of course, now her mama don't live there no more. She's gone now. But people would swear up and down, I picked up this girl, and then I get her to the house, and when I turn around, she's gone. So, had a whole conversation with her all the way down the road, and she's gone. And they would go tell the woman at the house, and we'll go, yep, that's my baby. That's, when she was alive. Yeah, that's my daughter. We got the Macon Lights. Have you ever heard of the Macon Lights in North Carolina? So Macon Mountain everybody thinks they're UFO. I haven't quite figured it out yet either. And scientists have been up there, but they're lights that just start popping around everywhere, floating around. It looks like UFOs if you're up there enough. My daddy took me up there when I was a little girl. So my daddy would follow every ghost trail. The only one I would not go to is the Devil's Tramping Ground. Would not go near the Devil's Tramping Ground. But we ought to do a show on that, Mark.
We should.
Because there's
all kinds of amazing stories about mythology around North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia.
Well, that's our thing, right?
Yeah, that's some great.
You go down to New Orleans, you go a little further, and you got these little things. Eh? So voodoo, but I don't believe in voodoo as much as I just have fun with my dolls. They're bright, they're colorful.
Interesting stories too. I went to Memphis one time. They got some interesting stories around the pink flamingos.
Yeah, but there's a lot
of things that they've got. And down there in South Carolina, in Charleston.
Well, the Low Country, right? You got the Low Country, and in the Low Country you have what was many years your witch doctors. We weren't really witch doctors, more like doctors who did alternative medicine. If you went further north back in the day, those doctors were hung or stoned or burned at the stake, but mostly it was alternative. And we did learn the witches further north.
Looks like Ankit saw something. He said he saw something with yellow lights way back in
sky on Monday night.
The fire in the sky on Monday night at 2:30 a.m.
So was it from the mountains? Was it?
And they don't have lights themselves.
Where was it? Was it in what direction? This is the part I love. So let's figure out what direction was it coming from, right? So then this is science. This is the science of finding out why these things are happening. It was moving slowly, close to the moon. Oh, you know what? So we have meteors, right?
And there was a meteor shower recently.
Mm-hmm. There was actually a meteor. Was it last night? Was it last night?
The meteor shower wasn't last night.
So we had meteor shower either last night or the night before. It depends on what part of the world and what time you're on to when you actually
the night before. I think it was either Monday or Sunday.
Right. I've been seeing a lot of falling stars lately. A lot. Every time I go outside at night, I'm seeing shooting stars. And I don't know if that's because everybody says our skies are clearer, but our skies have always been clear out here. A lot of falling stars. It can be due to lack of maintenance.
Wish on the star. Did you wish on the star, Kimberly?
It was moving slow. Hey, what about the satellites we have up there?
Did you wish on it?
Huh?
Did you wish on the star?
Yeah. Yes, I do. I do. I always wish on my stars. And it's quite interesting. So Tuesday at 2 a.m., Monday at 4:30 p.m. That's when you saw it? Yes, I did wish on the star. I absolutely did. But you learn to. I'm kind of like Darby O'Gill. I'm real careful about my wishes, right? It's like I really think hard about it. Darby O'Gill, if you ever watch him.
Wishes that I really want, but some of the wishes you want, you
don't want. I want the big house, but then I have to pay the town.
You think that you want them.
When did you see? So you saw it at 2 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. So it could have been, if it was moving really slow, it could have been.
It could be a satellite because it was yellow in color. Can you hear me, Mark? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. But we keep let's play with this. This is pretty cool. So yeah, getting better. You're not popping as much. You're still popping, but not.
What I did is I removed all my applications which I was not using from past 2 weeks, and that includes Zoom as well.
I'm telling you guys, take off your GoToMeeting and your Zooms.
Yeah. No, GoToMeeting is fine. I think Zoom, but I just need to reboot my system. I just need to reboot my system and let's see how it goes, because once I reboot it, I can able to remove it. And
So
this is the live satellite video. I got it from YouTube.
Yeah. So YouTube Scope.
Real quick, see if this works.
Think about all the folks in the world who wish to date Halle Berry and then found out that she was crazy. All right. So think about all the folks in the world who wish to date Halle Berry.
Better because I put Zoom down to 30%.
I want to just tell everybody we're all crazy, okay, folks. We're all women are crazy. When men really get to know us, we're crazy, but we're not. We're different. So
just think about other folks in their life wish that they had these, and I just use Holly.
No, I think that's cute though.
As an example, because you dated Halle Berry, and then they read the newspapers, and then they're like, "Wait a minute."
My boys have a tendency. Every guy. She's crazy. That woman's crazy. This is my response to them. We're all crazy. All of us women are crazy. You just got to learn how to live with this. But, when you're dating somebody, this brings up a really cool subject, right? And we were actually talking about dating people and the fact that, getting that feel for somebody because you're person to person is a lot easier than when you're face to face like this. But, we're all crazy, and we're different. But when you're dating, you're on your best behavior. I'm just telling you, you're always on your best behavior when you're getting to know somebody. And then it's as you get to know them a little bit more and the wall goes down a little bit, right? And the window opens up a little bit, and the breeze comes in and out, and you start realizing this person's got habits that drive me crazy. This person, I really don't like this. So we're all crazy. But this is why I tell people, women,
most all men are crazy too, though. So
that's what I tell people. It's the same. It's as you get to know a person, right?
Are crazy because both all men and all women are crazy. So it's.
That's what I tell people. We're designed to. Unfortunately,
it's not a gender. I will say this though. That I've noticed it where.
Okay, you're gonna have to tell
in general, y'all are, because of y'all's nurturing ability and the fact that y'all are nurturers.
I need you to text.
Y'all are some can be white, black, or purple. Y'all
white,
are very
black,
quick.
Y'all are very quick. Doesn't matter what color we are. It doesn't matter what language we talk.
But y'all are always ready to run.
If you watch my big fat.
Jump into a relationship late 50s, and I've dated some folks, and so I can tell you that after about a week or two, they're.
But here's
together. I'm like, I'm still trying to figure out if I like you.
I always go back to my favorite movie, My Big Fat Greek Wedding, right? And because what's great about My Big Fat Greek Wedding, one, it's so darn true to Greeks, right? It really is. But there's always all of these definitions from the Greeks, right? Of your name really came from, or what that word really means. But when you really get down to when they're talking about the roles between the men and the women, it just nailed it, right? Especially when she's dating, right? And she's dating, and the way she dates a non-Greek, right? And you can't do that in a Greek family. I have friends that are Greeks. That's just a no-no. But then you get into the defining of beyond dating. You get engaged, and then you get married. And then when you're married, the man rules the house. Well, women are used to ruling the house for all the years, but she couldn't have worded any better. He may rule. He may be the head. He may be the head, but I'm the neck that turns that head. I'm the one that controls which way that head goes and things. I control that head. And the way she worded that, I thought, wow. If we could all put it together that easy and just not be fighting each other all the time about it and just understand that's the way life is, it might be a little bit better. But I wish you would type up what you were saying, because I thought that was funny. I could almost hear it, but I don't think the world can. So also I want to tell people, so the big thing that came out of COVID is we've been hearing this from day one, is the way we're going to re-enter probably is testing. Nick has said this, we all got to become COVID certified. Where's Nick when I got the heck yeah? But anyway, COVID certified. We have to become COVID certified. So the only way to do that is testing. And we learned from Korea, who did massive amounts of testing to gain control of everything. Well, out of the blue came a need for millions and billions of testing. And if you go look at worldometers, and you can see the countries that have really come out of the crisis and they're ready to re-enter, they did a massive amount of testing. The thing is the access to these rapid test kits, you have to be very careful. There are a lot of counterfeits out there. So now everybody wants FDA approved, but guess what? They're not FDA approved. There's a thing called EUA, right? Emergency Use Authorization. Well, maybe I might be making up the words, but EUA. So EUA means that you applied for FDA, but the FDA is not.
When do you think we'll actually have full testing? Because that's what everybody seems to be waiting.
So there's several kinds of test kits.
Or is this full test? They're selectively testing.
Right.
So when do you think we'll get to full testing?
Right. So, but there's several kinds of tests. Some that just test your immunity, the antibodies in you, and to let you know whether you could have COVID, and then you have to go get the full test done. But the thing is that takes 14 days, 10 to 14 days to get that result back. So they needed something more rapid. So they've come out with something that's very similar to a pregnancy test. What people don't know.
Froze. You froze. Well, we're going to wait and see if she comes back in. Because she, like I said, I'm over here working at the Cultural Arts Center waiting for see it. But it looks like Kimberly froze on us there for a second, and her and Ankit might be trying to, if they come back in at all. Don't know who's listening or watching, but has any comments, they can definitely comment to me while I wait and hold the fort while we wait for the other people. Yeah, I think I see some clouds out there, so maybe we're gonna get some rain this evening. The trees are definitely bustling, so some rain later on this evening. I know we had some yesterday, and there could be some more coming back, so whether or not, that could be a wonderful thing. As you can tell, I still need to see my barber, and I'll go ahead and go see Mr. Barber because I'm tired of looking like the man under the bridge. But that's just me personally. Get a chance, definitely, if you have any questions, holler back at us. And like I said, I know Ankit and I probably mispronounced that name, as well as Kim. I don't know where they went, but we're going to see if they pop back in. I might pop out as well and come back in. If I do that, then they won't be back. So I don't know if I want to do that, because then that might cut off everything. I guess I could walk around and tell you a little bit about the Hayti Heritage Center. That could work. That could do that right now. It works. So yes, I guess they were saying I'm working. I'm waiting for the painters to do their thing and everything. So I'm going to walk around and these paintings out, and hopefully I'll walk around and y'all can see some of these things. We're down right now, but we do have various artwork here. This is some of our local artwork. So as you can see, we've got different artists. This is some of the work from, see who that is, Wendy Dickerson. Wendy Dickerson's artwork right there. And then down here, well, actually I hadn't said Wendy Dickerson, but as I look right there, I see that was Mr. Baxter. And then down here, other artwork from some of our other artists that have been showing their work. We have our Sin City piano. There's some other artwork that we've got here, and see that going on. And of course, we do have it itself, so that's going on and all of that. So this is a little bit about the history of we've got these different supplies going on, a little bit about the history of the center where I work at. So that's a little bit up there. So that's a little bit of the information there about the HI Heritage Center, where it is going on over there. And of course, like I said, we do have serious artists that have got there here, which is one of Willie Bigelow's works and things of that nature. So we've got this work right here as well. So definitely this is going on. And that shows the sculpture pieces. And I walk into the building and you can see the theater. It's the HI Heritage Center, and that is the theater. The theater is very richly historical, do some of our performances at. But there's the theater. All right, that shows a little bit of what's walk a little bit further into this area and maybe show you a little bit more of what we have at the center. So I'm going to walk through here, and there's I was showing them some artwork here, so I hope folks have joined us and are checking out what we've got going on.
So,
hold on one second.
I'll just
showing a
ask
little
my
bit of
guest,
our artwork, but that's some of the artwork that we've had in the past. This is Mr. LeGrand's artwork, and some of the other art HI Heritage Center. We're not actually open now, we're closed because of just giving you an example. We actually had an exhibit that showed the African American culture from other parts of the, this is just some of our artwork that we've got here at the center. I know this is a little used to doing on an entrepreneurship weekend, but just giving you a little bit of idea at the center and some of the artwork that we have here at the center. So I'm back again, finished the little mini tour. This is actually one of the blues musician and some of his artwork. I mean, some of the artwork that highlights him. So that's a little bit. All right. So I'm now going to go back to my office. I was kid, and some of the other people came back into the studio to show some of our lovely artwork. That we're going to go back to my office and sit back down and let folks get back to the.
So in the meantime, I'll ask my guest.
I hope that helps some, because I was trying to kill some time.
Yeah. So, so can you hear us now, Dr. Tulan Mohammed Bhai?
Yes.
Can you say something?
Yeah. Everything I'm hearing you.
Yeah,
It's very clear.
we're clear with you.
So, sir, what happened is that since we started our show today, we are having a lot of issues, and there was a lot of voice issues echoing, and we were not able to listen and talk to each other. So we were just testing what's happening. And suddenly I rebooted, and then I joined again after removing all those unnecessary applications. And I think my voice is good enough now. What do you think, Mark? Is it better now?
Yes, it's a lot better. It's a lot better.
Yeah. Because before that, when I was there on the
now as well.
Yeah. And I think you are also clear now.
Good.
I mean, earlier you were not clear,
Good.
but now I can hear you.
I said when you and Kimberly went down, I just kind of showed a little bit of the artwork here at HI. I just kind of took my laptop around. So
that's fine.
I tried to kill a little, giving them a brief walking tour.
I know, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. So and Dr. Tula, I'll tell you what happened today. So there are a lot of cyber attacks going around the world, especially in US and
Okay.
UK, and that too in the medical industry. And I don't know why, but it seems that they don't want people to share the best practices, and especially in the COVID-19. And there was a lot of warnings, especially to US and UK companies who have servers around, that you need to be careful about those attacks. And whenever we are using some kind of Bluetooth devices or something which is allowing information from outside to receive on your devices or vice versa, we might have some problems. So I think we all have to be very careful and try to avoid Bluetooth and try to minimize whatever devices you are using, and try to keep protected, because it's everything about data. And fortunately or unfortunately, I had a bad week last. I think last Thursday, I lost my iPhone and I broke it down and I lost all my content. But so that's why. Yeah. Yes, Mark.
Just so that we can learn it with them. But could you tell us a little bit about Mohammed Shabazz and
Yeah, sure. So I
Dr.
think
Looks like they
Dr.
are
Tula
a
and
plastic
Mohammed
surgeon.
Shabazz,
I'm not sure
they'll
what
introduce themselves, so
Mohammed
that would
does.
be a
So,
better option. So, Dr. Tula, can you introduce to our viewers
or
and
I
to
can
the
I can
panelists?
ask them.
So I am Dr.
Yeah,
DJ
Mr.
Salim.
Shabazz,
I'm a plastic and
can you hear
cosmetic
me?
surgeon based in Delhi, and
Oh, there's Mr. Tolia, the plastic surgeon.
yeah. So I am based in Delhi,
Where are you based at?
in India. India, that is the New Delhi in India.
India.
Yeah.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about your plastic surgery business. I know it's very popular
I
here
am
in the United
I am
States. That's
I,
considered a kind of surgery that's not all that so, non-essential kinds of surgeries are on hold right now in the United States.
so
But just
everywhere,
actually
all
able to
across.
do it right now, because I know
No,
except
so
for emergencies, you can't do it in the
yeah,
States.
so we are only concentrating on reconstructive surgery. That is basically emergency surgeries for various kind of facial fractures, or I mean hand and feet injuries, or any body injuries which which are far and few, except the people who have now become recently addicted chefs. They are cutting a lot of fingers. Apart from there, we're not seeing too much, which is good also. I mean, it is good that we're not seeing too much of road traffic accidents and all that, because I mean, apparently the streets and the roads are empty. So that's a good thing if we look at it at that way. Uh, I mean, so we are basically only concentrating on emergency surgeries at the moment.
And Mohammed, can you also brief
Your
about your
profession before you COVID? I said, Dr. Tolia,
Yeah.
were you very busy
Yeah.
before
So
COVID,
before,
or since
yeah,
COVID? But
I was extremely busy before COVID, because actually I work with an organization which is Pan India, present Pan India. So I used to keep on traveling a lot across all states of India, and apart from there, we had some setups in Malaysia as well as in Dubai, UAE, right? And so I was traveling a lot all across these locations also. So I was virtually traveling, I mean, nearly 22 to 23 days in a month. So it was an extensive travel program. Since the COVID, I am absolutely grounded. I, I mean, first since I came back from travel just as soon as the lockdown started in India. So the first thing I did was self quarantined myself for 14 days. So I did not meet any family members or anything for 14 days. And once the quarantine period passed over, then only I got my children back and I started living with them again. So at the moment, I am at home only. I am not practicing. I'm only providing consultations through phone or
and
video.
Dr. Tolia, did you do most of your training in the United States or London, or were you actually trained there in India?
No, so we basically trained in India.
Your medical
Yeah, so our
training
medical
was
medical school, and graduation and post graduation and super specialization all has been in India. But I mean, I'm lucky that we have done it in an age when there was a lot of influence all across the world. So we were benefited a lot by teachers coming from all across the world. So I've got a good amount of exposure from people from US, Canada, Europe, Australia. So that is the good part with us. So I mean, and I'm sure that the younger generation,
the United
which
States.
is
A lot
being
of times,
preponed,
Doctor told you, plastic surgery is seen kind of as a vanity, something on the face, the nose, the mouth, or something like that. The eyes, the ways that the eyelids are, but
yeah.
very
So,
much, and it can also be that way here in the United States. It's very much of a necessity because of things that have happened, either fires or things of that nature. What is the number one kind of plastic surgeries that you were seeing prior to what was the number one things that people were asking to have done?
so see what happens is that plastic surgery itself is a big volume in itself. So it covers anything from head to toe. There is nothing which is left in plastic surgery. So we are always known as people who are the surgeons. Scavenger surgeons means that everyone has operated on the patients and then these patients come back to us. So we call ourselves tissue deficient, and that means that maximum people have tried their luck on the patient and then only the patient lands to our clinic. So cosmetic surgery is one part of the spectrum. We are a lot into reconstructive surgeries. We do a lot of burns handling. We do a lot of hand surgeries, feet surgeries, right? Genitalia surgeries. So there is a long plethora of procedures which we perform. The perception around the world is that plastic surgery is all about cosmetic surgery, which is not totally true. So the plethora or the playbook
Gotcha.
in plastic surgery is very huge.
Understood. And then I'm going to get to Mr. Shabazz as well.
Yeah.
But the United States, a lot of times, dentists and things of that nature, plastic surgeons, doctors, everything. I think that you mentioned that your daughter was in the business as well. So please tell us, because this is the
Yeah, I'm into
entrepreneur.
business.
How many
I mean,
generations are working
mhm.
in your field? Is it just you and your daughter, or is it other family members, and
See,
you have
I'm a
or others
businessman.
that are looking to be in the business?
I'm a businessman and social activist. I'm exporting medicine, nutraceutical, and herbal products into African region, Russian region, and Asia as well right now. And second thing that I'm into rendering pharmacovigilance, means drug safety and drug regulatory services across the world. And on other part, on the NGO part, social activity, I have one NGO which is a national NGO with the name of Rab the Meher, means blessings of God. So the vision is to protect humanity and respect humanity. We are helping those who are uh, uh, coming from the healthcare, education, and social security actually. And Rabdi Meher is organizing Pharma Ratn Universe, which is a Universe Pharma Ratn Award for the pharma stakeholders. I believe in one thing, that relation gives revenue, reward, recognition, and respect. So we are organizing this event to connect the people from across the world, and we are organizing this event every year in the month of November. This time we are organizing this award on 2nd of November in New Delhi, India. Yeah.
Okay. So the event will be in the 2nd of November in New Delhi. Was it originally scheduled for that time,
22nd
or
is a
did you
Sunday
reschedule?
actually. 22nd is a Sunday.
Okay,
So we
so
can
Sunday.
invite those who are working with the government, and government officials also welcome, from academia, regulatory, business
Oh,
community, research scholars, scientists. Everyone are welcome. Yeah, every year we are inviting them.
countries have you actually had a chance to work with so far? Because you said that your product and everything
Right.
is world chance to work with. There's so many countries around the world. Have you hit all the continents so far?
See, for pharmaceutical export, right now I'm exporting to Nigeria, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and right now I'm in a negotiation with the Kenya as well. And when we talk about the drug safety part of drug safety,
But you haven't had a chance to break into the United States
I'm
yet.
just giving you information. In drug safety, I'm in a very close finalization of deal with the Canadian company right now, and going to be a big deal. I have association with the UK-based company, and we are working very closely with the Ambe Pharmaceuticals, which is very close associate of us also, and Regent Pharma, based at UK.
Sounds like y'all are definitely trying to cover a lot of the world, and definitely as you can get even more countries. So, is there a website for your company so folks can learn more about what you're doing?
Yes. My company name is Meher Pharma International and Vantage International. meherpharma.com. meherpharma.com is my first company, and my second company is vantageindia.net. I'm just
That
tapping.
and once again, because I didn't catch everything, we're still having some of those technical difficulties.
I'm just writing it down.
Explain to it is and what your target market is.
The target market is all over the world. So we are basically targeting the African, Asian, and Latin American market right now. And for drug safety, my major market is US and Canada and Europe as well, because they are more concerned about the drug safety, and they are doing the good practices as well. Any more question?
So I just wanted to know that when you talk about drug safety,
Any of the companies that are doing the testing here in this area, meaning there's a lot of testing going on here, and I was just wondering if you had a chance to work with any of those companies that are trying to do the COVID testing.
You're talking about the COVID testing kit. See,
Yes.
COVID testing kit available in India right now, but till 20th of September, government has not allowed to export actually. But after 20th of September, we will be free. We can export anywhere in the world.
So hopefully that will open up after a while and everything. I'm going to come back to Dr. Tolia as well. Dr. Tolia, is your family, is it a family business, your plastic surgery business? And if
No.
so, what are the family?
I work with different organizations, right? So I generally, I'm at the moment I'm working with one of the most, which is basically a chain of clinics. So I'm heading that department of aesthetics in that chain of clinics. So we are basically into hardcore aesthetics. That means Botox, fillers, lasers, and all that stuff, including hair transplant. So there is one thing I wanted to, share a message with you, Ankit. So
yeah,
there's a good thing which has happened is that I've come to know through reliable sources. I don't know whether you know that or not. So India is now, there was an issue with PPEs. So India has fast-tracked the production of PPEs, and many stakeholders have been roped in. And now we are producing a large, sizable number of PPEs. So I think hopefully within the next month or so, we should be able to cater to our demand also, and at the same moment, we will be basically exporting these PPE to the various countries which require them. And I can assure the people all across your audience, all across the globe, especially the doctors, that I'm sure that the Indian quality is going to be far, far, far superior than the rest of the qualities which are available right now. Without naming any country, I won't want to name any country, but I would say that that is a good thing which is going to happen, because I don't presume that this virus is going to die down so soon, unless and until we have a magic bullet to be put across its heart. which is also, I mean, we have heard.
Hopefully that magic bullet will be coming sooner versus later.
So
But
I
Dr.
just
Tole, I
want
will
to
tell you, I mean, as in India, I mean, you know that, I mean, we follow a good quality. We try to maintain the quality. And during this pandemic, I mean, we don't want to do what happened with other countries. And when you talk about PPE kits, in fact, we have a lot of test kits also available. And there was a news yesterday that now we will be using the Indian paper for doing those swab tests and other things, because we have those paper available in India, and we'll be manufacturing that in large as well. And as far as the world is concerned, I mean, we are still very far away from, I mean, disappearing this virus from the world. But we have to follow a lot of good practices, and I think one of them is how to use a mobile phone and how to maintain your data as well, because that is also what important. Now I've realized that, I mean, we are having a tough time since 3 hours doing this show. And I think that we have to, I mean, this is a learning basically. So as Corona started in some countries, and then we started lockdown,
Oh,
the same way we have to take all our backups of iPhone or maybe whatever phone you are using, laptop, so that you are safe and secure, and you can whenever you require or whenever you want, you can get the data back, because that is very important. And I would ask all our viewers and especially our guests that try to do it today. Don't wait for tomorrow, because tomorrow never comes, and then we have to do it today. So if you have any important data or anything, you need to take a backup as soon as possible. And that is also a part of the pandemic thing, because with this corona pandemic, a lot of other problems are coming up, and we are trying to solve this one by one. And this could be one of the problems. And you won't believe, Dr. Tula and Shahbaz Bhai, that around the world right now, in each and every news portal, they're talking about cyber threats and cyber attacks, especially in the medical industry. So that means someone is not happy, or they don't want us to share the best practices and share the way we are communicating right now, maybe using internet or things like that. And mostly the application which are hampered with this is the streaming applications, or the GoToMeeting or Zoom kind of application, because they are very prone to these things, and they are attacking those websites who are using COVID-19 as a keyword or something like that. That's in the news. I mean, we still have to figure it out and dig in what's happening. But I had a word with some cyber attackers as well, cyber hackers who maintain the companies whenever there's an attack. So they are defending a lot of attacks, and they told me that there is a lot of things going on. So we are just trying to keep things in safe hand. And why I'm sharing all these things, because when you enter to a hospital, there's a lot of network there, and that mobile phone can be contagious to all those networks, because you have those Bluetooth and all those things available. Now we have an earpod as well. So we have to be very sure. We have to be very careful, because I think problem comes from anywhere. I mean, so I just wanted
So
to
I guess
share
what
this
the
today.
message you are sharing is that you should only wire on to a known source of network, not
Yeah,
to the public
yeah,
sources of network, or I mean shared kind of thing. You should
yeah.
abstain from doing that. So
And
you
if you
should
don't
be
have
logged on to
antiviruses,
your
buy your
screen.
antiviruses, because
yeah, just out of
vaccines might not be available,
curiosity,
but there are a lot of antiviruses
where's
which are
everybody
available.
at?
can I share
Yeah, please.
something? Ankit, can I
Yes,
share
sir.
something about the
Yeah,
industry?
yeah,
See, it's a public health crisis globally, and
Yes,
we are
please.
still fighting, and we don't know when it will be end. But there is a good news. Just I'm adding up the Dr. Tula's information about the PPE kit. See, in the month of January, March, and even April, in the month of March, we were just waiting for PPE kit. Only 50,000, mere 50,000 for PPE kit.
yeah,
We were waiting, and we were informing to the media that we are going to get the PPE kit very soon. Very good quality PPE kit we are going to very soon, and doctors were fighting. Right now, India, only one company is producing 1.2 million per week PPE kit, and it is at the standard of international quality standard, and WHO approved that.
yeah,
So what I want to say, we were totally dependent on the China, because
yeah,
we know that, yeah, we will procure something from China, we will procure this thing from China. Right now we know we can do anything else. So the most important thing, just I want to add up, see, not only the PPE kit, mask, sanitizer, and the COVID kit. See, one industry already came into the existence, which is the approximately $9 billion industry. See, all together I'm talking about. So we are not only just taking care the availability or all these essential medical supplies. On the other hand, we are getting jobs also, and we have created an industry altogether. So right now, I'm talking about the domestic part of size. This is $9 billion market size right now in India. So when we expand wings across the world with the associates and the friendly country across the world, so it could be a greater size also. So we have taken the opportunity in the right way, and with the aim of helping humanity as such. I'm not talking about the only money-eyed type of person, but it is a time to help each other as well.
True.
Because I know here in the United States, they're trying to make sure that there's enough masks and enough hand sanitizers. I'm just curious about the rest of the world. Are y'all seeing? Because, like I said, here the folks are still trying to get make sure they have enough masks, enough
No,
hand
but
sanitizer, but toilet paper. I still don't understand why that's there. But just wondering, do you feel that they're getting enough of the people, even in your country, the various places that you're at and the cities, walking around with the mask or is it folks not following the orders as much as they should in the various parts of the world? Because just of who and here in the United States it'd be the CDC, but I'm just seeing, are y'all seeing enough people? Either one of you, Dr. when you get out and about, if you get out and about, or Mr. Muhammad, are you seeing folks actually following?
Your voice is not clear actually.
I didn't get you, Mark.
So what I presume Mark is asking is
I'll
that
write it. Asking is, are people
following, he is asking that are people following the directives of the government? That means are they wearing the masks and all, and
yes, are they following
maintaining
the
social distance,
recommendations?
maintaining social distancing while they are out on the street or going around with their daily work? That is what he's asking. That is, are the Indians really up to the mark on that, or are they doing it just for the sake of doing it, or they're not very serious about it? That is what he's trying to ask you.
Mark, Mark, why I'm laughing, because 2 days back government has given permission to the liquor shop. Okay, you can buy liquor right now. So there was a huge line, a big line. Not only the boys and girls both, and the way they're waiting, just like they're going to get the COVID treatment kit only. So we were just thinking, everybody's talking about those people. So they were just waiting for the break actually, how easily they can get the liquor. So nobody nobody is following the ethics anywhere, even not in India, even not in India. See, 80%
So,
people are very much sincere, but even 20% are very much mischievous. They're enjoying life, and they're not following even the
Yeah.
social distancing.
And
Wow.
and
And that there are enough people that
alcohol
are
sale,
using the hand sanitizers,
Yes.
so,
See,
so
everybody is using hand
using
sanitizer.
the mask.
Yes. Everybody is following, means everybody is using hand sanitizer. Even those who are going to buy liquor, they are using
yeah,
the face mask. They are
but they are
using the
not
face
maintaining
mask.
the social distancing.
Perfect distancing. They're not maintaining.
They are not maintaining the distancing,
Yes.
and
You
they
Yes.
said
are
what,
seen.
Ankit? They're not doing what?
I didn't get you, Mark.
Yes. There is good amount of hand
You
sanitizer
said
out
they're
here.
not doing what?
Hand sanitizer
So they are
availability
not
is
following
okay.
the social distancing, and there are, I believe, millions of people on India. I mean, standing in the queue to buy alcohol around India, and
so
because of
Mark,
alcohol, government is also collecting a lot of money on daily basis through taxes, and so people don't. I mean, so what we have realized that they might not have they don't want to eat or they don't have money to eat because they're standing in line for free food, but they have money to buy alcohol. That is what we have realized now.
So
And Mark, I
market
just
is
want
like
to convey, Mark, I just want to convey to you and to the world as well. See, India is right now, when I talk about the pharmaceutical part, this is again the medical supplies. We are supplying 20% demand of the medicine right now to the world. We are supplying 40% demand of US alone and 25% demand of UK. And when you talk about the HIV medicine, we are supplying 80% HIV medicine
I
to the
didn't
world.
realize it was that high.
Yes, and we are having a USFDA approved unit.
Yeah, that's a lot that y'all are
Yes,
supplying.
we are having the USFDA approved unit, second to US. So after US, we are the only country we are having the maximum number of USFDA approved plant, and even UKMHRA, EU GMP, and TG as well.
Dr. Dallo, you want to say something?
Yeah, so I was giving Mark an analogy that in US generally when the iPhone launches a new brand or a new model, so you see these lines all across the store. People get up early in the morning, they will camp there right throughout the night, and they will have those long lines, queues in front of the shop. Similar scenes were seen as soon as the alcohol vending shops opened in India. So it's a good analogy between both of them. So technology crazy. Indians seem to be more on alcohol TZ front at the moment.
Well said. And I think, Mark, there might be not much information about India and what we are doing here, but we are supplying a lot of products, especially the medical equipment, and especially our doctors around the world. And we might not be the top countries in terms of
Oh, yes,
healthcare.
and
We are
doctors.
1.3 billion, but we have a lot of doctors in each and every country helping the world to come out of this pandemic. And especially in US, we have, I think, I don't have numbers, but we have so many doctors in each and every state working on during the COVID-19.
Now, I know that in here the United States are not having service. I imagine that's the same in India with the mosque and
but I'll tell
the
you,
Hindu religions. I forget what those are called, mosque or more Muslims.
So we have
But
we have more masks.
are
It's not about masks basically. It's about we
no
need
church services, right?
No, it's about changing the mask every now and then. You can't use the same mask for weeks or for months. You need to change your mask, whether it's N95 or any other mask. N95. All the experts on our show, they told us that we can use it for around 10 to 12 hours, or maybe if you
So
want to reuse it, yeah,
WHO guideline is 6 hours, not
6
more
hours.
than 6 hours at
Yeah,
one
6
go.
hours. Yeah. And also,
But
if you
that is
want to,
practically in our country, it is not possible to do that, especially with people who are not exposing themselves too much to the patient. So then
yeah,
there is a little catch where you can do a little alteration. But WHO says 6 hours. That's
yeah.
standard there.
So that means you need more masks every day for everyone. And if you have handmade masks, then you must be having multiple masks, and then you can, clean it and put it in the sun so that sun take care of that contamination and the virus if there is any, and then you can reuse it after a good wash. So that is what the way to use a mask, because you can't survive with one mask for the season. You need to change it, and that's what people are not realizing. You need to keep on changing the mask as well. The way you change your clothes, it's like that.
Yeah. And how often are the doctors suggesting, and you may know this, Dr. Talia, can you have of those masks before they want you to like basically get a new mask? Because I've heard some people saying that they might
So
try
that
to wash out an item of
so
clothing over the course of a year,
so,
but then some people are saying, after a few washes,
so Mark, that depends
it's time to get
upon
new.
which is the quality of mask, because the quality of masks are also very different, right? So if it is a disposable, normal, simple surgical mask, right? So not more than 6 hours of continuous wearing. It has to be discarded. You cannot wash it and start wearing it again. That is not the standard practice. though a lot of people are doing who are not exposed to people who presume that they are not exposed to COVID people around. So they are trying to, I mean, since there is a scarcity of masks also, everyone is not expecting, I mean, that the masks are also not very commonly accessible at the moment because due to the lockdown and all. So many people are washing them and reusing them, and I'm trying to get them to hang in the sunlight for 3-4 hours or 5 hours. But effectively speaking, if it is a disposable mask, it is a one-time use mask, and it has to be used not more than 6 hours. Then you should be discarding it, right? The only thing is that the discard also should be done in a proper manner. It is not that you just throw it into the bin, because suppose you have been accidentally exposed to someone who had COVID, and there is a virus on that mask. The person who is going to carry the mask, if he is not using any PPE, he might also get infected through that. So we need to be very, very careful. This is what has happened in hospitals in India also, that what used to happen was that there were people who were the attendants going along with the patient, and they were discarding their gloves and masks in the normal bins which were kept inside the hospital. And through that also we have reported cases of the sanitization workers getting COVID. So we need to be very, very responsible how we dispose of with these masks and this protective gear, whatever you are using. Ideally, the best thing is that whenever you are using this mask, because every place you will not have a facility to incinerate or do anything. So at least you should take them, you should put them in a plastic bag and seal the bag and then throw it into the waste bucket.
Yeah.
If you are not, I mean, if you are throwing it outside like
Now,
that, do not throw these masks and these gloves just like that into the waste bucket. Kindly seal it, put it inside a plastic a bag or a plastic, I mean, some chute, and then make a knot over it and then throw it into the waste bucket.
And also, sir, I think we should have a dustbin outside our house as well, because whenever you bring something, and there should be a separate dustbin, or maybe if you can get a sanitizer outside as well. I mean, because we have to be very careful. You don't know what's happening, and
we don't know now who's going to be positive, because we have a lot of carriers now, right?
Yeah.
So we don't know who's positive, who's negative. I mean, we are not doing, extensive testing at the moment. We are just doing presumptive testing, or we are only doing testing people who we think may be COVID positive.
Yeah. But
So
sir, what do you think? I mean, since we have the lockdown, opening up in some states and cities, we have been seeing cases growing like anything. So is this because of the testing, or is the testing is going good? I mean, yeah.
So Ankit, the challenge was always there. Now the problem is that someday you had to open this lockdown. Now the government has, I presume, has done it trying to do it in a staggered way. But I think the entire onus has fallen down on the state government. I would have loved to see some more leadership from the central government, but it seems that it is virtually the states who are running the show at the moment.
Yeah.
Right. They are trying to do whatever they can on their own. I mean that's what the whole thing is. I mean, you see all across the news channels in India, it is always the state chief ministers who are virtually, trying to do whatever they can on their own. I presume this is something which we need to look
Dr.
on.
Toya.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I would like to play this.
From what you're hearing from your medical people.
Yeah, please.
Down to curb the spread of the coronavirus. But in South Korea, people are starting to come back out on the streets. Starting in late February, South Korea was reporting a sharp increase in coronavirus cases. With over 5,000 infected, they were registering some of the highest numbers of confirmed cases in the world. But then something changed. While cases in most other countries continued to rise, Korea's numbers started leveling off. Look at how this curve starts to bend. It indicates that Korea managed to contain the spread of the virus early on. And they were able to do it because they learned a valuable lesson a few years ago when they fought a different coronavirus outbreak.
In South Korea, the Middle East respiratory syndrome, the death toll on the rise.
Aggressively trying to contain the deadly outbreak, the government was caught completely off guard.
Authorities are still trying to track down and isolate anyone who may have been exposed. In 2015, a Korean businessman returning from the Middle East developed a fever, a cough, and eventually pneumonia. He went to several health facilities for a diagnosis before finally testing positive for MERS, or Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, caused by a coronavirus. By that point, his movements had created a chain of transmission that became hard for officials to trace. They didn't know who was infected or where they had been.
It lasted less than 2 months, but it was a big panic in South Korea.
Altogether, the virus infected 186 people and killed 38 in South Korea, the highest of anywhere outside of the Middle East. The government declared an end to the outbreak in 2015.
Citizens can relax. The virus no longer poses a threat.
But they didn't stop planning.
We got many lessons learned, the importance of the diagnostic test, and we need basic infection prevention measures.
The lessons all came into play when the next outbreak took hold in the country. On December 31st, 2019, China reported the first case of the coronavirus. In the following weeks, as the outbreak started spreading across the world, South Korea only had 30 confirmed cases of the virus. But despite the low numbers, health authorities had already started working with biotech companies to develop a test for the novel coronavirus. And soon, they had thousands of test kits ready to go.
Lesson learned from MERS outbreak in 2015. First one is the diagnostic test is very essential. We developed a lot of diagnostic tests and distributed in every hospital.
They prepared for the worst, and the worst quickly followed. By late February, the total number of coronavirus cases rose dramatically, crossing 3,000. This made South Korea's outbreak the largest outside of mainland China. And it all started here, in Daegu, where a woman went to the hospital with a fever. Because the government had already equipped hospitals with coronavirus tests, doctors were able to test her. She tested positive and became known as Patient 31. But the testing didn't stop there. While she was sick, Patient 31 had gone to a megachurch where she sat with a congregation of hundreds for more than an hour. So they traced her movements, identified people she had come into contact with, and then tested those people as well, whether they showed symptoms or not. Many of them also tested positive, so they were quickly isolated and treated at home or at a center. And then all the people they had been in contact with were traced and tested too. This is called contact tracing. It's an approach that allowed Korea to test over 9,000 people who had been in contact with someone who had tested positive. After Daegu, Korea ramped up testing around the country. Private and national healthcare systems joined forces to set up a mostly free testing effort that includes more than 600 locations that screen as many as 20,000 people per day. Through this system, when anyone tests positive, the government is able to test and trace their contacts to continue to break the transmission chains of the coronavirus on a large scale. But that's just the human-to-human transmission. The infected person may have moved through the city, touching subway poles and door handles. And South Korea had prepared for this too. After the MERS outbreak, when they weren't able to trace the movements of the virus, Korea changed the law, allowing the government to collect a patient's data and security footage during an outbreak. All their steps are logged and then shared to alert people to stay away from the path of infection.
If there is some confirmed case found near my office, they message via smartphone, there is a confirmed case near your place. He moved to some place to another place. Be cautious.
Websites and private apps compile that information, allowing everyone to see if a person with a confirmed case of coronavirus went to a pharmacy or the hospital or anywhere else.
And they'll know how recently they went too.
It's a means of checking the possibility of infection.
Citizens are checking the coronavirus locations and are avoiding going to these areas.
This information lets people know if they've crossed paths with an infected person, so they can go get tested for the virus. And contact tracing starts all over again. Tracing people's every move can be controversial, but many in South Korea prioritize public health over privacy in an outbreak.
남에게 전염시켜줄 수 있다는 그런 특성 때문에 개인의 인권보다는 공익적인 그런 요인에 대한 걸 많이 강조하는 그런 경향이 있는 건 사실입니다.
As a result, South Korea was able to test hundreds of thousands of people, more than any other country at the time. And this made it easier for authorities to see the virus, to see where it's located and where it may be lurking. This ability to find and treat infected people has allowed Korea to avoid aggressive lockdowns. And it's helped bend the curve of the outbreak that started out dangerously steep. For now, Korea has turned a corner, but they continue to be prepared.
We are very cautious to prevent the second wave. Every day is the kind of state of war.
It's that kind of vigilance that has set Korea apart in the coronavirus pandemic. But it wasn't the only place to test people aggressively. Singapore, Taiwan, and other neighbors saw the benefits of widespread testing too. Now countries like Germany and the UK are starting to implement aggressive testing, and even the US, where the government has failed to provide adequate testing, is now scrambling to test more people.
We know that we have to do more, and we continue to accelerate in testing.
Korea's strategy of contact tracing might not be easy to replicate in countries with much larger populations. But the country's success with widespread testing still offers a way out for most countries that are stuck in lockdowns. With over 5,000 in
that was
starting to come back out on the
news
streets.
from South Korea.
Starting in late.
And I think as a small country, South Korea can do these kind of practices. It's not possible to do that in US or especially in India. And I think South Korea is one of the countries who attacked that virus and tries as well as tries to track and isolate the cases as well. And patient 31 is a case study around the world that how one patient can spread the virus across the country. So that was a brief news about how South Korea came up and overcome the pandemic problem. Yes, Mark.
Now, I was just saying, I noticed the question for Mr. Shabazz as well, and I'll try and formulate what that question is in a second, and I'll jump on the conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you for holding it up for me while I've been gone. It's been a crazy day, but even when he noticed that we were dropped and he saw that I dropped too, and he goes, "Oh my God, Dr. Tula and Mohammed, this is how close our guests are watching, right?" But also our team, even when they're not working. And Win is like, "Oh my God, they're
that's what I realized."
So Win is jumping in going, "Should I go in and help? Because Ankit's off." And I go, "Please." And then you came on. So we're all here. This is what's great about IBMTV is we have each other's back, right? We're together. And I couldn't be happier. And I thank you guys for being patient with us today. What we went through is nothing compared to what the nurses and doctors are going through. And, but
no problem.
But I think
the question I had and it was actually for Dr. Tolia. Yeah. Doctor, is there's some concern here now about how there may be a with the pandemic because of flu season, regular flu season, not just the corona.
Yeah, and
I was wondering if there's professions in India as well, because I know that's a concern. Is that we'll get people to the point different phases are and have like what you just saw in South Korea, where people are back out and about within the flu.
Yeah. So, and I just received that So, because I've been working with other doctors too, and all you guys, great guys, and I take in everything you're saying, and people call me and about other. So we know that there are 3 strains now, and oddly enough, which I find interesting, all of a sudden the new test kits can test all 3 strains. The test kits are coming out of China, so it kind of tells me maybe China is already ahead of. There's more than 1 strain. There might be more than 3, but they're already developing the test that can find them. So I received this notice yesterday, just kind of, I've been investigating it. And then I noticed, people were saying, oh my God, there's another strain out there. I feel like that there's 100 more strains, just like the flu, right? There's going to be thousands and thousands of strains. The question is, and the problem, this is what I tell people, the problem wasn't really about the virus itself. It was about the mass spreadness of it, and we couldn't contain it enough, and it didn't have the resources to help the people who needed the help at the magnitude that it spreads. Of course, a lot of viruses can spread faster, but they realized that this was spreading like a ghost. Dr. Tula called it a ghost the first day he was on, and it's because we can't see it for 14 days. So when you have something that spreads at that magnitude, this is what I tell people, it wasn't that we were afraid of the virus, afraid of the magnitude of damage that it could do, and we don't have the resources to help people survive it. That was the problem, and it still is. And fortunately, we see Dr. Tula share good news with us, and Dr. Sagu and Mohammed. We've seen some things move forward properly in the medical industry that never happened before in many, many years. They quit investing in medical research and maintaining medical supplies. And so we're seeing that happen now, right, Dr. Tula?
Yes, because Israel has also given a thumbs up to some kind of, I won't say a vaccine or a treatment, but they are also doing some studies on the antibodies, the same way the other countries are doing on the plasma therapy. So hopefully we should be seeing something coming out. And then, there is a lot of research going on, passive immunization kind of trend also. So that means that previously people were only looking at vaccines using the active immunization principle. That means using a live attenuated virus. Now people are looking at the passive immunization therapy also. So I presume that, if these reports are right, we should be getting to hear some good news very soon.
Right. And I think just getting back to our good common practices, things that we've been preaching since day one. Also put the ice on top of the head. I think Dr. Cole is right. I needed to cool down the other day. Like, I was getting too upset about things. And I don't know if you guys noticed this, but I even feel better today. Like, I have been sick for 4 weeks. Running fever, very, very low energy, very hard to breathe, even though I have that problem with my neurological condition. I was, and I didn't want to complain to anyone about it, and I didn't want to overreact and go, oh, it's COVID. I had an infection that grew from my ear to my jaw with a fever every day, and it sapped me. But I came to the show every day because just being with people like this and keeping my mind preoccupied. But you guys will remind me of good things, drink a lot of water and things like that. I've been getting in the sunshine every day. That it would sunshine. We have rain this time of year a lot, so it was very hard to do. But I'm recovering. Whatever it was, my breathing is better. The fevers are gone. Thank goodness the fevers are gone, and the chills are gone. My energy's back up. But I did a lot of sleeping during that time, like you guys kept saying. Get a lot of rest. I did, and I think that's any virus, any sickness. You need a lot of sleep, and we don't do that. Right? We just keep working our normal schedule. So what I did was I kept this going, but I cut other things out of my schedule. I just said, I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just going to go to sleep and, eat right.
Kim, you bring up an interesting.
Can you type that in? I can't hear you. Have I been out of the country?
Ever since the virus has been going on, I imagine the same thing is happening here as well. Which sleep habits have been totally disrupted. because of what's going on. So folks' sleep habits have been disrupted. Used to getting the normal amount of sleep that they usually would get. So I was wondering what you thought of that, and also what Dr. Tony and more people are having their sleep habits interrupted because they're so worried.
Right. So, and if you could text that in, because I didn't hear a word of that. And can it go? Is it me? Is it me?
I'm not sure. No, I can't hear from what Mark says, and I think it's the Mark system now. Unmute, Kim. You need to unmute. I think it's Mark system now. I think that's causing a problem.
So what Mark is trying to say is that this coronavirus situation has basically turned everyone weary, and they're in a stage where they're not able to sleep well, right? So that is what he's trying to, I guess, say.
Exactly.
Am I right there, Mark? Yeah. So what he's asking is that what Mark basically what we need to understand. That's why I told Kimberly the other day, Kim the other day also, that we need to be less aggressive, right? What happens is when there is an adversity staring at us, we always tend to go into a withdrawal, right? We try to fight back, and in that reaction, we get more aggressive. We don't realize that we should realize at this moment that life is the most important thing. We should celebrate life at this moment. It's all about survival at the moment.
Yeah.
The other things can wait. They will come over a period of time. Your socializing, your other things will come over a period of time. But the most important thing right now is to hang on. And it is a blessing to be alive today. And we should take that as every day. So once we start realizing that and start toning ourselves down, I don't think sleep is an issue. It is basically we are too anxious because we've got used to a certain pace in life.
Yeah.
So we've forgotten the way it was during our childhood. Remember, Mark, during your childhood?
I think Mark is typing on the chat because he's not able to listen.
Yeah, so that's the whole story around it. So we should slow down a little bit. I'm sure this time will also pass. We'll go through this. The only thing is we need to understand that we need to be safe.
Oh, no.
So I think sir, we are facing some technical difficulties, and I think we should wrap for today. And we'll join tomorrow as soon as we can. And before the wrapping, I'll try to play the message from our social ambassador.
Coronavirus से कैसे बचेंगे? हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
And that's the wrap for the day. And I hope we did a good job and sustaining during this attack, whatever happened with our streaming show today. And we will be having a good show tomorrow with the podcasters on Thursday. And I hope everyone will stay safe, stay calm, and stay united. And that is what we need to do. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining. Take care. Bye-bye.